topic tonight. That's what we're talking about.
Oh, good.
Model affliction.
I forgot it was Monday.
Self-induced paralogism. Nice.
Right, new Buster song. I don't know whether you guys can hear it or not. You might have to listen on YouTube. Here we go. Model Affliction Monday.
Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You've got to twist your words in every which way, because the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line, or does it curve? Some people don't clamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model dictates what you do. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change. Just got your local distance just out of range. That old key is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain, and it's your ball and chain. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball will always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction, it's your addiction. That old model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blues. Works really good with this guitar. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way. We all know that the model dictates what you do. Well, we know you got it, the model affliction blues. Model affliction. Model affliction. Model affliction. Well, we know you got it, the model affliction blues.
And we are live. I hope everybody can hear me enough. It's good. Welcome everybody. Model Affliction Monday. New song from Buster. Well, just that we had a live performance. Thought I'd make a little video. Took me ages to do that. I think that's the first time anybody's ever heard that one. Because I clipped a couple of bits together. Did you hear that then, Buster? I hope so. I've enjoyed making that, listening to it for ages. So, Model Affliction Monday. We've had a bit of fun time with Model Afflicted.
I missed it. I didn't even know you were doing the new one today. I'll
Yeah.
go back and watch it. Which was it? Was it the blues?
Yeah.
Ah, sweet.
There's
Yeah,
a little. Yeah.
I'll go back and watch it.
Yeah, Rob got it. Perpendicularity. I challenged Buster to get perpendicularity into a song, and I might think that that's the only song that has perpendicularity in it. I don't think anybody's ever sung that before, so maybe a first.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It wasn't easy. It took a little while.
Yeah. Got there. That sound was good. Well, yeah, I have to wait and see because I've had to go around recording that in a really weird way.
Okay.
Hopefully,
Well, we'll get a solid recording out soon enough.
Yeah.
I'll sit down and get it.
Right, so, Model Affliction Monday. I've got a video ready, but we were just having a bit of a conversation earlier about paralogisms and stuff. And sometimes it leads you into a really weird place, these paralogisms, and they're really, it's just fallacious reasoning. There's multiple ways that you could come to a paralogism. It's just the conclusion at the end isn't really formed on anything solid. We were just having a conversation about it. And I think it's the fact that you end up at this place and it's built on fallacious reasoning, but you are unwilling to look at the path that you've come along, right? You are unwilling to turn around and look behind you to find that the path just isn't there. Think that's the paralogism part of it. You have to be humble enough and drop pride and ego. Turn around and really study where your roots are from, where you've come from within that the idea that you've ended up with. And I think that's normally the model, right? The axiom 1, we put it in imaginometry. Axiom 1, Tis globe. That's the starting block. They don't even realize it yet, but that's their starting block within geometry too. It's their stolen concept. Starts and ends with a model. So what we're going to be going into pretty soon, because we've been discussing where we're going and what we're exactly doing. Well, I think we're going to be moving into the logic realm. Okay, we use geometry to teach logic, but we are mainly going to be dealing with looking at logic and trying to sort this critical thinking process out and try and be as critical as we can be of even each other, everyone. We like the Elenchus, savor it. So if you're one of those sort of people that likes to get to the bottom of things, pop in. We're here waiting for the conversation. But don't, well, I mean, bring your paralogisms, but expect to have them laid out. Because that's what we're after. We're after trying to find all of the fallacies now. It's pretty obvious that, one, there is no globe. It's only in the minds of certain people. And then we need to work out how, for years, people have been engaged in a conversation with a group of people that have obviously got nothing. They've never had anything. There's nothing there for them to ever have had. But they've still managed to come up with all sorts of conversations and arguments that have kept people entertained. Mainly insults and stuff to try and get you annoyed, to make people leave. People get frustrated. People don't want to hang around. Who would want to hang around these sort of areas? So yeah, I personally think that old conversation and that old stuff, it's gone. Is no more. And I don't think talking to people about their paralogisms to appease them does any good for anyone. Yeah, I think the ballers have already admitted that they've got nothing. They're doing the little runners and going away. All been exposed through some simple geometry that's open for everybody to go at. It's a bit challenging because it involves having to think about something, but may exercise your brain a bit. So tonight we're going to be, this week actually, Kevin's away. So we're going to be having a look at trying to combine logic, the fallacies, and some of the arguments that we deal with. Mainly the ones that we deal with is the straight line, because it's the simplest one to deal with. Now, the link of the straight line through horizontal to level in reality is a thing that gets a bit difficult. And the circular arguments start occurring within model defense when you start off with an argument where you say level is horizontal. Okay, simple statement. They say, well, it's not. So, okay, now, right there, you've separated the two, level and horizontal. Well, when you recombine them with straight, it becomes a little bit difficult And that's where the problem is. You can't separate something that is the same and then expect logic to be able to back you up on every step of the way once you've started off with a fallacious reasoning. Logic will only support one way, and that is the truth. There are no contradictions in reality, no matter what people tell you. There is only one way. You can't have a contradiction. No such thing. So within the water level argument that we have, like Lake Pontchartrain, Hoymar brought it back around. I thought we'd lost it, but he brought it back, which then brought Blue Marble Science into the arena, and he backed Jesse Kozlowski by saying Lake Pontchartrain has a 90-foot hump of water in the middle. To which that they then say it's the same elevation, even though there's a 90-foot hump. So then at that point, you then link elevation to level. And now they're saying that elevation curves. Well, if elevation curves and horizontal is straight, then there's a difference between elevation and horizontal. Yet, elevation is measured reference to level, a tool that establishes a horizontal plane. They've been caught out already at this point, but they continue on. They're built their reasoning on a paralogism. That paralogism's about to try and bend a straight line. So in the confusion of them going from Lake Pontchartrain and the bent level, we end up with LIGO. Now, if you're not familiar with LIGO, it is a large-scale interferometer, a sciencey gizmo. But it's 2 miles long, the arms. There's 2 arms that are perpendicular to each other, and they have a laser, supposedly, bouncing around inside them. So they have to be perfectly straight and perpendicular to each other because of the way the mirrors work and the lasers bounce and it gets split, apparently. Not really interested about the internal workings of the gizmo, apart from the fact that it is purported to be the straightest thing in the universe. So with that in mind, you now have a reference for straight. Now, horizontal is also straight. And, well, when you contrast the two, LIGO and the bridge, Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, I would say that they should be pretty similar, straight, but obviously the model dictates something differently. Let me get the right. Oh, you guys want a screen and right, I can't see Discord now. Why don't I move this over? Oh, I've moved my screens over. Right. Right. Can you guys see that? Looks good.
I can see.
Okie dokie. Right. Now, this is FE Dogma. So he's probably a flat earther or something. He's definitely got the flat earth tag here.
No, he's a globe guy. He thinks he's mocking flat earthers with the flat earth dogma thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, whatever. Was Hanford LIGO built on a flat earth or a globe? Like, why? Why does that matter? But he's asking a question. Is it more evidence of a globe? Well, this is right up our street, so we can go over this. It's FE dogma, so you might have to deal with the thing. But anybody hears anything, shout up, and we'll get into this. This should be good.
This is a photo of the Hanford LIGO Observatory in Washington State. It is an interferometer, and each arm has a beam tube that is almost 2.5 miles in length. Now, the light that enters these beam tube actually reflects between two mirrors at each end about 300 times. Now,
a minute. Right, so what he's got here, he's got a laser coming in, and then there's a splitter here. And the laser goes off, and it goes off, and it bounces in these tubes 300 times, he says. So, beam comes, gets split. And travels 2.5 miles. Bounces backwards and forwards. So it's got to be pretty straight.
Times. Now, it is the alignment of those mirrors that is most critical, and what they did is they actually hung them from a 4-segmented pendulum to help isolate them from outside vibrations. And one of the flat earth arguments is that this system would only work on a flat earth because the pendulum would be like a plumb bob, and this would be the only way that the face of both of those mirrors would be perfectly parallel to each other. Of course, a calculation for the globe earth shows that those pendulums would only be out of parallel by 36 1/1000ths of a degree. I think we have the technology to accurately calibrate those mirrors to the correct angle.
All right, well, that's good to know. Keeps talking about the flat earth argument, but I mean, it's just lasers going backwards and forwards, right? So whether it's this model or this model, purportedly the lasers go backwards and forwards, so they have to be straight and perpendicular. They keep calling them pendulums, but pendular, perpendicular. Pendulum I always thought was swinging.
Good afternoon.
Good
Yes,
afternoon.
pendulum is swinging mechanical objects
Yeah.
on the rope or cord or whatever.
Yeah. It would be called like a plumb bob or hanging perpendicle.
Yes,
It's not meant to be not moving. Like static. Very static.
Well, it's meant not to move and to detect the slightest movement.
Mm-hmm.
So it has to be free hanging.
So this, like he said, this is a calculation for the globe Earth with non-parallel vertical lines, which is a geometric impossibility, but we're going to keep going on with that.
Before you continue,
Go on.
if it's not perfectly perpendicular, and I mean perfectly down to the atom level, this machine will not work by their own admission. Just want to put that out there.
Yeah. Because what I mean, if you're taking either of these on board, it doesn't really matter. But in order for this laser beam to be going backwards and forwards, there are two particular things that need to be necessary. right? Number one, these mirrors have to be perpendicular to it, to the laser, that is. Not the Earth, nothing else. Just this laser beam, this mirror has to be perpendicular, and this one has to be perpendicular. If they're purportedly bouncing it backwards and forwards over 2.5 miles 300 times, for them to be able to do that, it has to be perfectly perpendicular. And the second point is, it has to be horizontal.
Absolutely.
Because even FE dogmas put in this that they are verticals are parallel and verticals are non-parallel. So if he's messing about with verticals and he's saying the angle's off, then, well, the angle's off because it needs to be perpendicular to this line. Therefore, this line here with the lasers going on has to be horizontal. There's no other way it could possibly be. This one's vertical. This one's vertical. This is a horizontal. Now, what it appears he's saying is there is an angle here, which is impossible for one reason, because he says they are non-parallel vertical lines. Well, if they are vertical, then perpendicular to vertical should be horizontal. He's not got a right angle there. He's got some different degrees. He's calculated an impossibility.
No chance of that working. No chance. Zero.
Well, geometrically, you can't have vertical and horizontal being perpendicular if their angle isn't 90 degrees.
Yep.
That's what perpendicular means. I don't know. I don't know how he could do that, because this line here has to be a straight line. Has to be. Even in their plans, that's what they've got. And these ones here are perpendicular to a vertical.
Yep.
So, right, not a very good start. He's not building his reasoning upon solid ground here. It's not been explained to anybody how this would be horizontal and these would be perpendicular to it. They would be vertical. He says flat earth, parallel vertical lines, but that's the geometric. If this is horizontal, then these are perpendicular to it. It's crazy to think anything other than that. It's crazy to think that anybody who goes with the geometric reasoning of perpendicular is going to be called flat earth. Crazy.
Yeah, he's already built the floor below the flood line. His beginning is already below the flood line. Yep.
He's put a curve in it. Wonder how he did that. There we go.
Calibrate those mirrors to the correct angle. Also, they actually have to actively monitor those mirrors during use, and they do this with 5 sensor actuators, and that keeps the mirrors within an angular orientation of 10 to the minus 8 radians.
Right. 10 to the minus 8 radians. Where? Because it's my understanding that a radian is the arc length. So for you to know the arc length, you should know the radius. And what is the radius that he's talking about in relation to these radians? Or does he just mean to call them an angle? I don't know. But it doesn't really matter what it is. The laser, if it does go backwards and forwards that many times, it's definitely got to be straight and horizontal.
That's the main thing of this thing.
Yeah.
That's the main thing, is to isolate those mirrors so they're perfectly still. That's part of what those actuators do. And even they're so sensitive that even the laser itself actually can move them. So that's part of what he's talking about, the actuators. That's how sensitive this thing. So it's not like they're like moving them and actually tilting them like what they think, you know? It's not like that.
Yeah.
Like we're talking microscopic, like subatomic almost corrections here.
Well, it's got to go 2.5 miles and bounce back and go to 2.5 miles and then go to a mirror and bounce back again 2.5 miles.
And it has to detect 1/10,000 of the width of a proton. That's what they're claiming here. Let's keep that in mind.
Well, I mean, the reconstituting of it all together is what the thing does, right? It puts all of that light back together afterwards. So it has to have made I don't know, 800 miles altogether. Light. I mean, I don't know how long it takes light to do that. Don't even know if that's a thing anyway.
Well, what they claim is the arm is 2.5 miles, but because they bounce the laser back and forth in what they call the Perot cavity, that makes it like many times longer, as if it was 100 miles, or I forget the exact length, but that's the idea behind the bouncing. But in order for that to happen, it has to be like perfectly aligned, like unimaginable alignment.
Yep. Now, I would say horizontal would be a good one, because if it's not horizontal, remember, there's a slope on it. And that would make increasing problems for the mirror alignment. In fact, I'm not so sure it's possible, because of the split in the light, the beam that they do initially down the two arms that are perpendicular to each other. But hopefully he might explain that.
Beam tubes are the other key component. They are 1.2 meters, or almost 4 feet in diameter, and they need to be straight enough so they don't interfere with the laser light. Now here's a very good article explaining exactly how they did the alignment using GPS surveying, and I'll leave a link to this in the description. On page 2 is table 1, which are the allowable tolerances for the beam tube, and this includes the manufacturing process. But if you look here, this is the tolerance from a perfectly straight line that was allowed when they did the final assembly and alignment with GPS, and that was 1.8 centimeters, or less than 3/4 of an inch. Now actually at Hanford down here on page 9, they got it to within 1/2 of a centimeter, which is less than 3/16 of an inch. Now I worked in commercial construction on large projects, and that is impressive.
Right, that is impressive. He's worked in large construct. That's the 2-axis. Says there at the end, 2-axis. So that's 2 arms. And then
sorry, Bev.
Yeah.
What was the distance there, mate? What was for that tolerance? Was that the whole length of the arm?
Yeah, well, 2 arms. The 2 arms at Hanford.
2 arms. Is it?
2 arms, yeah. 2.5 miles. Is that where it is? No, it's Livingston, isn't it? Hanford, the other one.
Got Livingston. There's the other one, yeah.
Well, yeah, he said it's 3/4 of an inch at Livingston, so at Hanford, I don't know which one got done first. but they did it to within 3/16 of an inch. But it does say 2 axis there, and if he's got 2 axis, it means that's 2 arms of a triangle, isn't it?
Yeah. Simple.
Yeah. So that means that they were really close on their
Yeah, that's
measurement
pretty
of
good.
the hypotenuse.
Quarter of an inch.
Yeah, it's good.
Mm.
But I guess that meant that the triangle's sides were very well measured to that accuracy, right? They would have definitely been normal triangles with straight lines because the arms are straight, aren't they? That's pretty good accuracy. That I don't know whether they actually worked out what that would have been on a globe. What do you reckon? Do you reckon that measurement would fit in with the globe if they did the globe measurements of the globe triangles like Larry Scott told my lad about?
With curved lines?
Well,
throw in some extra angles, right?
Measure it straight and then curve it.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. This is these seem to be like perpendicular triangles. 2 of the arms, the 2 axes, would definitely be straight lines, wouldn't they?
Can you imagine building something like that and not having a 90 degree?
They have to have a 90 degree. It's a triangle.
It has to be for this thing to work.
2 arms are straight. Like it must have been gone out of them. They were like, "What? You want us to check it with a triangle? Can we not add any extra degrees in anywhere?" Like, no. We want to make sure that you're really straight. Oh, but in reality, there is no straight.
It's not just the 2 arms have to be straight on their own, but then they have to be in relation to each other as well. This is like
it's
one
a monument.
thing. Yeah.
It's a monument to Pythagoras.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Especially Hamford. I mean, look at that. 3/16. So that's good. Like, we now know.
We're talking about the diagonal, aren't you? Hypotenuse, aren't we? That's what we're talking about. Yeah.
Well, how close they are for them to be dead straight, right? That's the actual arms. So, I mean, for one thing to remember, at least, this is definitely normal triangles. I mean, he's definitely not talking about those other ones, is he?
Well, do the other ones involve being any more than 1/4 of an inch out?
You have to get them to do the maths. I
Without
wouldn't know. I
normal-
only do maths with triangles, the real ones. Straight line triangles. You know, triangles that fit the definition for triangles.
It wouldn't work, as Simontrell said. It wouldn't work without dead straight line because it wouldn't bounce, I think, this laser.
Yeah.
Anyone who's held a laser in their hand and just, like... I mean, I use a rotary one at work, the one for construction. Yeah, it's for creating a horizontal. Funny that, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, it's an interesting tidbit here. One thing about the alignment. It's 2.5 miles away now. They were trying to align the mirrors, but they couldn't do it. They just couldn't do it like mechanically. They couldn't find a way to do it. It was such a problem. So one brilliant engineer came up with, wait a minute, we have the laser. Why don't we use the laser? So that's how they aligned the mirrors finally, using the laser itself. Just a little tidbit.
Yeah, he's not talking about the lasers here, though. They're talking about the actual arms.
Yeah, he's talking about the satellite. Yeah, using the satellite for. Yeah.
No, they're just talking about aligning the arms. They did use a coincidence bubble level in order to get that straight.
Right. Yeah.
They
That's
did
what-
have GPS equipment there, yeah. But
GPS for positioning.
yeah. And a coincidence bubble level for, you know, the other bit. But this shows that they were definitely going in straight triangles. Nothing else other than that.
large projects, and that is impressive. Now here's a cross-section of the beam tube enclosure, and the closure is a shell made out of concrete. It sits on a concrete slab, and you can see that the beam tube is off-centered. Now after the concrete slab was poured, they used this GPS unit on a card to mark the center line for the location of the beam tube.
See,
Just
GPS.
let me go back. Yeah, I know, but it's here. See this here?
What, the beam tube not been in the middle?
It says plumb aligner bracket with coincidence level. That's a bubble coincidence level. They're the best levels you can get.
Accurate.
Yeah. Mobius found that out
Yeah.
months ago, if I remember correctly.
Right. It's always been there in the plans. I mean, this is how they do it.
Yep.
So the GPS unit is for making sure they are in a straight line on the XY axis, the two axes, like he was talking about earlier. Third axis, elevation, is this coincidence level. But the pads will already have been made by the time this thing gets there. But this coincidence bubble level is still needed for them to make sure it is the shortest distance straight line. Everything always gets reduced to horizontal for the shortest distance.
Is this guy sounding like he isn't quite understanding? But I don't know, something. Yeah, I've only just sort of come along, so we will see. We will hear, won't we, I suppose? See what he's going to say in a minute. Because I'm hoping he's going to mention the coincidence bubble.
Yeah, well, what you have to remember here, at the point that this GPS unit is aligning this tube here, the concrete pad has already been done. Already. That's been laid for them to do this work on. So they're not doing the concrete, the pad. The pad has already been laid horizontal. They're just lining
And
these arms.
they're gonna check it. They'll check it with that coincidence bubble.
Yep, that coincidence level there is to make sure that that tube goes dead straight all the way.
And keep in mind that tube is in a vacuum.
Yeah, it's no good.
Yeah, they would.
Oh, go on.
No, sorry, I was just going to say they'd have adjusters on these because they're tubes that are metal, aren't they? And they're sat in these sleeves, and there must be adjustment in them. I can't remember actually. But.
Yeah, they're bolted onto the cement. Yeah, there are adjustments on those for sure.
So they'd level the tube up first, the metal tube, and then obviously the gubbins goes inside.
Yeah, then they work on the mirrors. Yeah.
Right, so
you've got a concrete footing, yeah.
What you could say is that this straight, if it's on the X and Y axis, and it's going straight, then there is no drop. I mean, you know that other straight that some people talk about, that was circle straight. You know, on a surface, that straight. Well, that's not the straight that these guys are after, right? They're after it being dead straight in all of the axis. There's no Z up and down travel allowed in this straight that we're dealing with here. So you can be, again, just to put your mind at ease that we were dealing with triangles that have straight sides. Also, when you're thinking about straight with LIGO, you can think in the traditional sense of straight. There's no need to put any model affliction into it at all. You could just say it's straight. And there's no problem in that. Here we go again.
Beam tube. Now the beam tubes were manufactured in 20-meter lengths, and they would move the GPS unit 20 meters at a time to get an accurate centerline position for the beam tubes. Of course, the critical alignment was during the assembly of the beam tubes, and in the photo right here you can see one of the brackets that is at one of the beam joints. So what they did is they actually put a GPS unit on top of the beam tube, and then they use these adjustment nuts right here. There's two more on the other side until the beam tube was in the proper position. And the other key component is the concrete slab. Now there are blueprints for these projects that are available to the public, and they show the elevations for the top of this concrete slab. So this is going to allow us to understand whether this project was built on a flat earth or on a globe.
Do you hear that?
Unbelievable.
Just by knowing the
That's
elevation,
comical.
you can tell whether it's a flat earth or a globe earth. I wasn't aware that it was up for grabs. I thought we all just live in reality.
So this concrete might be curved, and the tube not curved. It would expose some deviation tube from concrete. I'd say.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about the concrete so much. You know, yeah, you could see them brackets they had there. You know, adjustable within quite a bit. You know, they're sat off the ground quite a bit. There's plenty of tolerance there. So the concrete had to be within, you know, whatever tolerance, and that's what I'd say. They got the finer adjustments, as you just said.
Straightest thing in the universe.
Yeah, it's pretty. It would be shown, right? If you were the guys doing the concrete for LIGO, right? And they said that we're going to put the fucking straightest thing in the universe 2.5 miles.
Yeah. Yeah, like, who do you go and ask, innit, Bev? Because you're thinking about, like, the people you know, your concrete, you know, men. You're like, who would you say? Oh, yeah. Well, shit, it's fucking straight.
If you're out
that's
2
foot
or something like that over that distance, then they're going to fucking know.
Yeah.
They would definitely know that you hadn't set that concrete correctly.
Unless you did the concrete in as well.
I'm sure the concrete guys didn't use a GPS to level it out.
No, they'd have just about levels. Only one way, right? They want to make sure that is level. I would have said.
Funny, they had a canal next to them with water as well.
Yeah. Yeah, probably for building the pad or whatever that they needed to do in order to set the concrete, right? With the earthworks or whatever. You know, like it makes sense that you would dig that a ditch at the side in order to prepare the pad that you wanted to do, because it's in Livingston. You've got to make sure it's above the water level, the 500-year flood.
In a hurricane area. Yeah, it would make sense, yeah.
Let's
I'll
see
leave
where
a
we go.
link to this website in the description, and I'm going to go to the Hanford Observatory and click on the civil prints. This will give you an index of blueprints, and we're going to start with this one, the drawing matrix. Down in the lower right corner is the number of the drawing you're looking at, and this drawing shows the whole facility, and we're going to take a look at the northwest arm. Now the drawing numbers I have circled in red over here match these drawing numbers in the index. Here is the Hanford LIGO Observatory on Google Earth showing both the northwest arm and the southwest arm.
So this is Hanford, not LIGO. This is the more accurate one.
This one's
And
in the desert.
Yeah. Showing the plans and everything. That looks like grid.
Find the matrix drawing so it matches Google Earth. Now I've turned everything so the northwest arm goes horizontally across the top, and here is that matrix drawing. I have the corner station, mid station, and end stations lined up. And what I want to do is start by...
Did you see how he'd aligned it so it was horizontal? Across the top of the page.
looking at this blueprint here, which is this segment of the arm. Now down here where it says location confirms that we're looking at the correct drawing, and this lower drawing is the overhead of the beam tube, but I want to take a look at this profile of the concrete slab up above. These dotted lines up here show the side profile of the concrete slab. Along the bottom we have distances that are marked off in 100-foot segments, so this drawing goes from 0 feet to 1,400 feet. Over on the left we have elevations that are 10 feet apart, so each one of these smaller lines represents 1 foot. And at every 100 feet we have an elevation for the top of concrete slab. So I'm going to start with this elevation at 0 feet that is at the vertex of both arms. This is a blow up and we have an elevation of 533.78 feet. And I'm adding that elevation to the corner station on Google Earth.
So this is handy, isn't it? Look at that. So we've got an elevation here at this corner of 533.78 feet. It's good to know.
And next I want to find the elevation.
Elevation from what?
It'll be from mean sea level. Oh, that's what all of these elevations are. But mean sea level will be for the Americas and Canada is from the Great Lakes adjusted.
Yeah, but the Great Lakes have elevations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the mean comes from the lakes.
Yes.
So it's not really got anything to do with sea, which is handy over there in America and Canada. They
What's
can
up, Cleary?
standardize it across the two.
It should be MLL.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's a handy this. I mean, we're halfway through it. But it's getting to the good stuff now. 533.78 feet, which seems quite a lot to me. But I don't know.
Is that 13,000 at the other end?
I think is that
I can't see
that
any
must
of the
be a
digits. You're gonna have
distance.
to help me out.
That must be a total distance.
A distance.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's got 3,366 and 99.
He's
30.
going to put the heights on top of each distance, isn't he? By the looks of it, he's on point. He's on the first one,
Yeah.
possibly. He's going to put a height on each one.
Distances. Those elevations are on these drawings. Here are the elevations. Now we can see that the elevation decreases by 4.15 feet from the corner station out to the end station.
4.15 feet.
Wow.
It says. Goes down. So the elevation seems to be sloping of the concrete.
This is the concrete slabs, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, the straightest thing in the world.
That's what he's saying, yeah.
So let's compare this to the flat Earth and the globe models. Now on both models, a horizontal line.
He's got two models. He's got
Yeah, because
two.
horizontal will mean different.
Carries them around with him, two different models. I only deal in reality, and in my reality
it is
has this
hang on,
vertical,
though.
horizontal, perpendicular. That's it.
It is Monday. Isn't he allowed to carry around two models on Monday?
Well, I mean, I think it's impressive that it seems like a cluttered mind. I would say release the model and just go with what is. But to be holding two models means that you're swayed in two different ways. Your mind has to be taken into account these models, and these models are guiding your results that you're going to get. You're not coming at it objectively from just what is. So I think it's a little bit strange.
Yeah, I need to have the model to compare to in these people's minds.
Yeah.
Which is ridiculous.
Two models he needs. Let's go.
Line is perpendicular to a vertical line at the location of a surveying instrument, and on both models a level line is a line of equal elevation above mean sea level.
So I think he's saying here on both models, as if there's any difference, and in reality I think he should add here as well, right? Vertical and horizontal are perpendicular with an angle there of 90 degrees. A horizontal is set by a level, and a plumb bob is that gives you a vertical line. So these two tools are always perpendicular to each other. And
the keyword in what he said was sea level.
no, it's not a sea level though,
obviously
because it's from the lake. So you can forget about that too. Like level line is a line of equal elevation above mean sea level. It's above anything. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't have to be above mean sea level. A level line could be anywhere. I think he means elevation is
correct. Elevation,
measured to mean sea level. Because then those heights are referenced to the mean sea level. But a level line has, well, it's the tool that helps you find this, but it's, it's just a straight line. Or, well, I don't know. He's keeping these separate, right? This horizontal line and these vertical lines and this level line is going to be the problem. I can see it coming.
Yeah, correct. He has two different horizontals in his mind.
Well, he has,
two different types.
He has level and he's separated it from horizontal quite clearly here on the page. Although, has he done that? Have you done it too? Or are you just associating these things together because they're on the same page together? Here we go.
Now I've added water levels to help explain this, but on a flat Earth, a horizontal line and a level line would be one and the same. And of course,
Does this look familiar?
Oh, yeah.
He brought that round here. I feel quite proud. He's getting a second use out of it. That's a water level. Look at it. Look at it.
That's how their brain works.
The water level is dropping from the horizontal here, just like Jesse Kozlowski said.
Why would it?
This is the tool that establishes elevation changes.
Yeah.
So according to this, he's got on the globe hypothesis, there's an elevation change on the water level. It's unfortunate for him, I know. And it would be really helpful if they had any actual surveyors to come and help them. But they haven't.
Yeah, lift the end of that water level up a bit so it's fucking right.
A curving level.
Yeah. No, Thomas,
Oh,
there's
it's
no
pissing
maths in
out.
this
Look at
today. It's just a basic understanding of logic. Try not to get wrapped up in model talk. Because what I'd say here, get rid of flat earth hypothesis and just put what everybody else understands to be true. This. Horizontal, vertical, perpendicular. Water not dropping. Equal elevation, altitude at each end, all along. Neither higher nor lower. This one's not higher or lower than this one. Or this one or this one. And this one here is neither higher nor lower than this one. And this one. And this one. Or even the level. They're all level at the same elevation, at the same altitude. Even altitude, let's say. This one here, is this one lower than this one? Or this one? Is this one lower than this one? Or do you have to take in a new understanding of higher and lower and up or down in order to take this?
It's the whole thing, you know,
Bullshit.
even the tool itself, you know, the theodolite. What good would it be if there was this deviation? I mean, if this was a reality, if it actually was curving, what was the good for the tool?
Like, also,
how would you know?
I mean, look,
How would you correct the tool? So
Well,
if you have another person on the other side looking backwards, would it see the curve the other way? Would it be a bulge in the middle? It's ridiculous, man.
Go on, Sparrow.
That's where the double drop hump comes in.
I was just going to mention
we can see.
that
go
the
ahead.
scale of it, the scale that he's used.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, he's got globe MSL at the bottom on a curve for some reason. And he's used a guy that's 6 foot. So, you know, times the distance, you know, he's looking over 30 foot and he's got a drop in the water level that much. You know, it's all wrong. You know, the whole thing is just.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got it right at the top, obviously. That's perfect.
Well, the water level, but
Correct.
why the fuck have
The
you
top-
got
the
this
top is
guy here
correct.
looking at water levels? What's he doing?
Well, yeah. Well,
And
that as well.
Ridiculous.
He's
And
checking his
tool is
optics.
parallel
That's what
to
he's
every
doing.
single-
Is it,
every
hang
single-
on. We have too many people going right now. It's very clear he's surveying on 2 different models. Not
Yeah.
in reality.
Yeah, surely you would ask a surveyor which one of these surely he thinks he's dealing with. And I would say that you will get absolutely 0 surveyors going with this bullshit. But hey, I don't know, where are they? Where's the globe surveyors? If there's any out there.
And hang on one sec. Also, for the top one, he would also need a dark shark. 'Cause
He
he's
is
trying
the
to
dark
sight-
shark.
Hold
He's
on,
trying to
because-
sight across the tops of all of them at
Yeah.
once. Like a
Yeah, but he doesn't need the 2 in the middle for a start.
You don't need to cite it.
I know you don't. I'm just saying you could check that your auto level is correct with those at the correct distance. You know, 100 meters.
Yeah, you could use this. Perhaps he's doing his 2 peg test with the water level. It would be handy if he went in the opposite direction as well, because I think that's what I asked him. What would happen if the water level went in the opposite direction too? To this guy here. Because it'd be this one, it'd be the same in the opposite direction.
If you would be looking in the opposite direction, would you see those plums to be plumbed?
Yeah, no, here's another one.
You don't sight plums from a distance.
No, hang on. But this is also a two-dimensional picture we're looking at. You got to remember, what if that dude turned 90 degrees? They forget that this is not just a line, it's a plane. Do you know what I mean? So if that guy turned 90 degrees, he could make a big plate with his water levels, and they wouldn't be curved.
Yeah, a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, just like all tools that are called levels. So you could put this end of the water level wherever you wanted to.
That's what I'm saying about the scale of the thing. I mean, it's...
And you see the way that the guy...
He hasn't given a distance.
Oh, go on.
No, he hasn't put a distance on there, has he?
You don't need any distance when you're doing differential leveling. It's irrelevant how far you go this way, left to right. All you're bothered about is the elevation of all of this. That's the only thing you're concerned with. And as well, I don't know whether we want to take credit for this spot on. He's put midpoints on a water level. You don't do that ever. Well, unless you're doing a shared straight line segment test, realizing Euclid. Yeah. That would be the only reason for you putting these water levels in the middle. Normally, you just go from one end to the other and establish a horizontal line in between the two. Equal elevation, equal altitude, even altitude.
Yeah, if you had that exact setup at the top there and then had another one, and then you overlap the three in the middle, then you've got yourself a test.
So what he's done here is he's laying the groundwork to try and confuse people right from the off. This shows an elevation change here, obviously. That's what that is. Right, here we go.
Of course, on a globe, a level line would curve down from the horizontal line. Let's start with the flat Earth. Of course, on a globe, a level line would curve down from the horizontal line.
On a globe, the level line would curve down from the horizontal. On a globe.
Because he already confused the level with elevation. That's why he is now using level, meaning elevation on the globe.
Mm-hmm. Yep. The level curves away from horizontal. So, in reality, if we can establish that elevation changes come from a measured vertical from the horizontal, it appears that's not what the globe does. Should be pretty simple, that, shouldn't it? Is this what happens, or maybe not? He may be making pre-assumptions on his different models, but one of them looks fucking ridiculous.
Let's start with the flat Earth. Now, it would make the most sense if we had the same elevation for the length of the arm. Because one of the flat Earth arguments is that the mirrors on the pendulums need to be parallel to each other and perpendicular to the beam tube. Of course, this is not even close to the actual elevations. It starts at about 3 inches right here, and at the end station it is actually over 4 feet higher. Of course, it would be possible to build this on a slope. And these would be the required elevations using the same rise over run ratio. But that does not match the actual elevations. In the center here, we're just a little bit over a foot lower, and on each side, we're just a little bit over 9 inches lower. And ironically, those elevations represent a line curving up, which of course brings us to the globe.
We see that?
Curving up.
It's got a line curving up.
We live on concave Earth then.
Well, get ready for some mental gymnastics. That's on the flat Earth, remember? Remember, the flat Earth has a concave. That makes sense, doesn't it? Hey, flat Earthers.
Everyone got this.
If you're not aware, FE Dogma's telling you you're actually concave Earthers.
Well, something has to keep
I'm
the
not a
water
concave
up,
earther.
You think
Oh, there's
that
one.
goes uphill then? I don't know.
And on a globe, a level line of equal elevation will curve down from the horizontal line.
On a globe, a level line will curve down. So whether we can counter this.
So this is a globe level line of 529.63 feet. And this is a horizontal line that is tangent to the end station.
Tangent. It's a tangent. So the horizontal is a tangent in this one. So, hey, good on him for having a horizontal. But it's not. That's not a geometric horizontal that you might imagine. That's perpendicular to vertical, because he's shifted his stuff there. So this is a globe horizontal, right? Not a geometric horizontal that you understand.
Well, to have a tangent, he needs a globe or a circle. So
Yeah.
I reckon that's where he's getting that from.
Well, he needs a circle.
Yeah.
Right? Not a globe. He needs a circle or a sphere to be able to put a tangent.
Yeah, a globe that he can turn into a 2D circle. Yeah, that's what I meant.
And as he said, horizontal is definitely in that position, straight across the page. That's why this horizontal is also straight across, right? Parallel to this horizontal here.
It's a globizontal.
Yeah. I mean, this video is, let's just check how old it is, because 11 months ago. Right, he wouldn't have been aware that there are no horizontals on the globe, would he? 11 months ago, I don't think we'd touched into that fact. Yeah, so yeah, he may be unaware when he wrote this, unaware of the globe not actually having any horizontals. Rumpus did that, wasn't it? Maybe he didn't get the memo.
Even if they have only refracted ones.
Now, what I drew down here is just a smaller representation of this graphic up here showing curvature drop calculations. So here.
Oh.
Smaller.
Wait a minute. Look at that there. Can you see that, what it says here?
No, I can't, mate. Sorry.
It says, I'll read it out for you. Pythagorean proof of curvature for a ball with a radius of 3959. I'll say it again. Pythagorean proof of curvature for a ball with a radius of 3959. Now, don't say stolen concept fallacy just yet. We'll save that till we get into the fallacies, but yeah, Pythagorean proof of curvature with a ball. Notice the way he uses the term ball. Solid object. not
It sounds
sphere.
like Pythagorean. It sounds like that Pythagoras himself invented this calculation to prove ball Earth.
That's it.
Yeah, it's
That's it.
Pythagorean, which means it's triangles. Everybody knows that Pythagoras did triangles. So with triangles that have straight sides, somehow they can prove the curve. Pythagorean proof of curvature. It's triangles, straight lines.
Who would have thought?
Where's the curve?
But you can see on this picture imaginary ball Earth.
Yeah, but I mean, they've got this bit here. There is a curve here, but it's triangles. There's no actual curve. It's just triangles with straight lines. They just make these triangles. The length of this side here. This length of this side here. This is a straight line. And this is perpendicular. So this one would be classed as horizontal. And this one's would be classed as vertical, perpendicular. Triangles all the way. That's one side. That's another side. Rise. Run. Making a triangle.
Nothing to do with the ball.
Nothing.
But,
Not at all.
But it's called proof.
Yeah.
So this is a lie because it is not proof.
No.
Correctly speaking.
No ball at all.
Very clever a trick for them to do this. But obviously, it may be a paralogism for F.E. Dogma here. He seems unaware that he's pointing out there's a proof of curvature using triangles with no curve. Just triangles. And the radius is there. It's just a measurement of a straight line with a triangle. That becomes one length of the side of a triangle. It's very complicated. Well, it's not really complicated. It's just a trick. It's just a mathematic trick that most people don't want to get engaged in. Because they think, oh, math, this is a little bit too hard. All they do, you've got one triangle that goes down here. This is one side of the triangle there. This is a straight line here. And they work out the length of this straight line and this bit here. Because this is one length and this is a line here. They just get these measurements from the outside.
Yes, this ball is completely redundant here.
Yeah. It's pretty obvious, but I mean, I don't know what this down here is or what this is gonna. I mean, this is just this, I suppose. He's saying that the horizontal, this one across here, is horizontal. I suppose it is horizontal. Would be the height of the thing, and you could use that. That's vertical. That would show the width, and that's the squaring of it. Again, nothing much really, other than the fact that he seems obsessed with the circle, but he's just doing triangle geometry.
Showing curvature drop calculations. So here I've added the actual elevations of that concrete slab, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to do earth curvature calculations for each one of these distances. I'll add that value to the 529.63 foot elevation and see if it matches the actual elevations. So let's start with this elevation here. It is 3,200 feet from the end station, which is 0.606 miles. I'm using the Metabunk curvature calculator, and that gives us a geometric drop of 0.24 feet. I add that to 529.63 feet, and that gives me a total of 529.87 feet.
Right,
Okay,
he's
but
got the
hey,
nearly
hang on,
3 inches.
Drop from what?
No, he said elevation.
Geometric
I would
drop.
like to know how you have elevation from a sphere, though. He said it's drop, but then he's saying elevation.
Elevation, I mean, it means mean sea level, I think, here.
What, a drop from the horizontal for his globe? That's what he's saying. He's saying over that distance there, 0.6 of a mile, he's expecting 3 inches drop. Okay. Makes sense. On a globe, I mean, the water level would drop 3 inches over 0.6 of a mile on a globe.
Yes, sure.
Going by his drawing that he's done previous, I mean, he's got that in his mind, hasn't he?
We'll continue.
That is off by only 0.01 feet, which is less than 1/8 of an inch.
So they were off 1/8 of an inch. That's not very accurate, is it?
Not for the straightest thing in the universe.
He's calculated it. He's impressed with them. He quite likes that. It's just 1/8 of an inch.
The mid station, we have a geometric drop of 1.01 feet. That gives us a total of 530.64 feet.
There you go. How far is that? 6,000. So it's twice the distance. 0.6. 1.2. Does that sound right? 1.2 miles. If this one was 0.6. 1.2 miles. 12 inches.
It's 2 miles or something. It's nearly halfway, so yeah.
12 inches. So if we're saying, right?
It's how he's got 12 point something as well. What was that about? He's gone decimal.
12 point. Did he?
Or is it? Sorry. No, I don't know. I don't know if he did it. I think he might just be that he's.
Yeah, 12.
He didn't say 12.25 inches, did he?
Yeah, he has. He's decimalised his inches. Don't worry about it. It's a mistake a lot of people make, right? Just because the Americans want to decimalize feet, then obviously other people then want to start decimalizing inches. You know how it goes. They get carried away, misunderstanding it, getting the calculators out. It's much easier to do with calculators with decimalizing inches, right? So he's got over 1 mile, or just a bit over 1.2 miles, 12 inches, like nearly a foot. Now,
yeah, it's meant to be 8 inches, isn't it? That?
No, well, it's 1.2. Let's give him his thing. These
sorry,
are measurements that have done.
Yeah. And it's dropping off fast, isn't it? I think.
Well, it's dropping, right? Like you shouldn't be doing that. It's meant to be an equal elevation. When does anyone ever think of an equal elevation dropping? They don't. So what he should be saying here is, because this is a trick again, obviously, if the level line is staying equal elevation, then the horizontal line has to go upwards. But that's fucking ridiculous, isn't it? So it's a catch-22 for the globe model believer here. But strangely enough, they don't fuck about with the horizontal. He'd rather show you the level line dropping away, the water dropping.
That's why I was talking about this concrete. It would go away from concrete because if this tube is really horizontal and straight, then concrete has to go down in comparison to this tube. So it has to be discrepancy. That's why I was asking if it is equal distance, more or less, between tube and concrete.
Yeah, it's a
Or
catch
is it
4
22,
foot
isn't
at the
it?
other one end. You got a 4-foot rod at the other end, massive. There's nothing at one end and massive adjustment at the other.
You would have exactly what the lines there are depicting, you know. You would have the tubes as a perfect horizontal, and you would have the concrete sloping away,
Yes.
dropping. Yeah,
But I
you would
assume
have
it
something
doesn't
like that.
happen.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
assume that it doesn't happen at all.
Yeah,
No,
this
it
has
doesn't happen.
Okay,
this,
you want okay?
go on.
Go on, Bob.
I
No,
say
you
this
go.
has to happen in both directions, right? Whatever he's saying here, but for there to be a separation of these two, and one of them to be an even elevation, right? A zero change in elevation, which would mean the horizontal has to slope upwards in relation to it. But he knows he can't do the horizontal sloping upwards. That's ridiculous. He obviously thinks that the horizontal sloping upwards is more ridiculous than the water level dropping away. He thinks he can sell.
He didn't go that far.
He's got two models, hasn't he?
Yeah.
You know, and he's trying to.
There's a paralogism here, isn't there? The horizontal, obviously, is reality. I've wrote on my board. Horizontal planes only exist in reality. They don't exist on the globe model. They can't exist.
And this obviously would be. This is one of the arms of the LIGO. Obviously, there's the other arm as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Would be exactly the same thing.
Well, you'd hope so. You'd certainly hope so.
It would have to be. There's no hoping.
Well, let's see.
4 feet, and that is off by 0.02 feet, which is
It's off
less
by a
than
quarter of an
1/4
inch. They're getting
inch.
worse.
At this distance, the geometric drop is 2.3 feet, giving a total
2.3
elevation of
feet.
531.
You keep saying the geometric drop. Now, when he says geometric drop, what he means is the measured drop. Actually measurable straight line distance, vertical. It's on the vertical datum, this. So the drop would be on the vertical datum.
0.93 feet. And again, this is off by less than 1/4 inch. And finally, at the corner station, we have a geometric drop of 4.1 feet.
4.1 feet geometric drop. He keeps calling it, keeps saying it.
Giving a total elevation of 533.73 feet. Now this is the largest difference at 0.05 feet, but that is less than 5/8.
You notice again, I'll have to point this out again. He keeps saying drop. Where's the drop from? The drop of what? What's he talking about? Because according to this line here is going up.
Yeah.
So what's dropping?
But the whole point of it is to send a laser through as straight as possible.
Yeah. Well, which is this? He's saying this horizontal line.
I know. Sorry. I know.
Yeah. So where's the drop? He's saying a drop of 4 foot.
Yeah.
Where is the drop?
Well, Must be a drop from the horizontal.
But it's not,
No,
because this is meant to be an equal elevation. He's even got it 533 feet as opposed to 529 feet. So how's that a drop? Surely the horizontal is going higher. His paralogisms screwing his head in. How can you have a drop of something that's rising?
He's been talking with Zanuck with the uphill river.
It's only a drop because this horizontal is a straight line. It's backwards. This is some magic trick.
Maybe they had theodolite from Jesse Gordon or whatever. Not calibrated very well. Because this is complete nonsense.
Yeah.
So
he's got a drop from something that's rising.
Because it means that they didn't establish a horizontal line first. Or invalidly, because if we have 4 foot difference, so it means that they established horizontal line which was not horizontal at all.
Yeah, it was the rise of horizontal goes up 4 foot. Right? If the level's an equal elevation, then according to the numbers there, the horizontal has rose up 4 foot. But he's drawn it in a straight line. His thinking's all backwards. The models screwed him up here. Genesis, I know, I can hear what you're saying. The horizontal is gaining altitude on the globe model. It's not. You've got the level dropping like you keep saying. How can the horizontal be gaining altitude?
We needed to have the same maths, but starting from the other end. And it needed to match exactly this. Thing is, he won't.
You can't have it matching exactly this, because that's equal and opposite. You end up building the bridge of asses. But I mean, it's logic, isn't it? It depends whether people are going to grab hold of the logicness of around what he's saying here. He's showing not changing in elevation, yet the numbers are changing. And to him, that means it's changing in elevation because he's drawn a fucking curved line underneath it.
1/8 of an inch. Now, as I said, I used to work in commercial construction. I was responsible for a lot of concrete pours, and 1/4 inch over 10 feet is an acceptable tolerance. These numbers are
1/4 inch over 10 feet is an acceptable tolerance, he said then, for concrete.
For him.
He used to work in construction. I used to work in construction, and 1/4 inch in 10 feet is acceptable. I wouldn't trust what company he was playing about with, to be honest. Wouldn't trust
So
him.
not
to-
level.
Hey, I know. He was a gutter
So not level.
specialist.
very impressive over this distance. 5/8 of an inch is not even going to be an issue because look at all the clearance she had between the bottom of that beam tube and the concrete slab. And what is very obvious is that these elevations do not work on a flat earth. It would not even work on a flat earth if that slab was designed as a slope because it would be just over 1 foot low in the center. So my calculations support what was said on page 3 of the alignment document. The fundamental coordinate system for the alignment was the Earth ellipsoidal model WGS-84. Now I also use these
This.
blueprints to do calculations for the southwest arm. These are the elevations from the vertex at the corner station all the way out to the end station. Again, I have a horizontal line that is tangent to a level line. The only difference is the elevation here is 533.78 feet. And these are the actual elevations of that concrete slab. So for the first distance, we have a geometric drop of 0.26 feet, giving us a total of 534.04 feet, for a difference of less than 1/8 of an inch. At the mid station, we have a geometric drop of 1.04 feet for a total of 534.82 feet.
Another 12
Well, just like the northwest arm, the error is less than 1/4 inch. Next, we have a geometric drop of 2.34 feet for a total of 536.12 feet.
And
Again, just like the northwest arm, an error of less than 1/4 inch. And the geometric drop at the end station is 4.1 feet for a total of 537.88 feet. So here the difference was less than 1/2 of an inch, which is a little bit better than the northwest arm for that distance. Now the maximum deviation for 4 different locations on both arms is less than 5/8 of an inch. And it could be that these GPS elevations are actually more accurate than my curvature calculations. But in any case, 5/8 of an inch is not going to be an issue for the alignment of that beam tube. So I think it's safe to say that the top of slab elevations for those beam tube arms is more evidence of a globe.
Oh.
Yes, elevation.
Is that it?
Top of slab elevations for those beam.
There you go. So he's got it being 4 foot higher at this end and 4 foot higher at this end over here. So according to FE Dogma, Hanford, the tangent point is right here. So the only place where this straight tube and the mirrors are perpendicular, at least on his model geometrically, is right here at this point. This is where horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. I'm not explaining anything away, Genesis. We're just going with what FE Dogma's put here. He's got the if there is a canal at the other side of this, it would drop away 4 feet at this end over here. And when you were over here at this end, it would be 4 feet lower than it would be here. Gets you struggling a bit when you start off at this end here. And you want your water level to be 4 foot lower at this end here, but it ends up going uphill if you go in the opposite direction. But I'll leave the ballers chance to sort that one out.
Imagine the struggle to fill in the canal. I mean, if you start pouring the water in one side, it's going to start accumulating on the bottom.
Well, the water level has to drop 4 foot from this bit to this bit. But
yeah, correct.
But then the problem becomes when you start at this end, your water level has to drop 4 foot to this end. That's the rules of the globe.
Yeah, once you fill it up with water, it's not going to fill up evenly throughout. No, it's going to pile up the water in one end and fill up to the other end.
That's the drop. It's the drop from the horizontal.
Yeah, it must.
I noticed he didn't show the other horizontals from the other end either there. He just showed the tangential horizontal, which is handy for him. But we can leave the ballers to that. Do you like them though? I think this is what you call elevation profile of the LIGO arms. with the land. The southwest arm.
So one side is lower than the other side's sea level. It doesn't even make sense what I'm saying.
Well, this is the problem, because Blues managed to do a hump. So in order for you to have this, you have a straight line from one end to the other. Blue doesn't seem to have that. And this is where Rumpus is going as well. Rumpus is going to put his guy here on a bridge and measure this drop of the water level from the horizontal. But it appears that this horizontal gains in elevation while staying straight, not gaining any elevation. How do you gain elevation on a straight line with no elevation gain? You make the surface drop away. But that doesn't make this line gain elevation. How do they not understand what an elevation change is?
It's not difficult, man. It's not rocket science.
They've obviously never done anything practical, and they have never, ever had a surveyor come and tell them exactly what the fuck this means, elevation change.
I'm pretty sure I said this last week, but most of these guys will, at all costs, give up even their own intelligence for their world to be a globe.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
It sounds like a nice excuse, you know. If you have a discrepancy at work, you'll say to the engineer, you know, I was accounting for the curvature.
Well, the consequence of this is very far-reaching, and I know the consequences of it. They're unfathomable, really. But somebody's been set up for a fall. Now, we started the day off talking about paralogisms. Faulty conclusions come to a false reasoning, right? Flawed reasoning. He's got it here. He's got a horizontal going in a straight line, not gaining in elevation, yet the numbers state that it is gaining in elevation. Ask any surveyor listening. I'm not too sure whether there is going to be any surveyors listening. But how do you gain in elevation in a horizontal line?
The answer is you don't. And from a sphere, even worse. There is no elevation from a sphere.
The double drop? It's crazy. It's crazy that he's willing to make a video like this. He's got a few videos about me as well. This guy. He seems obsessed with geometric reality. He seems to consider it flat Earth. It's not. It's just...
Yeah, but this is comedy, man. This is comedy. You need to look at this and laugh.
Well, we've been doing it for years. And they keep coming to us and saying, oh, you're saying the same old thing. Well, yeah, we're just saying that level's obviously horizontal. And if you go against that obvious reality, you end up with ridiculous drawings where you've got stuff dropping away. You even say drop. That's ridiculous.
But still on two sides, we have on one side we have 529 foot as a baseline, and on other side of the arm we have some other number, I think. And so this just it would mean that we have two different mean sea levels, or what? If I am not mistaken, if you can put this previous
Which one?
comparison. No, I think I am mistaken. I don't. I am not sure if this is the same number. 529.63.
Five, 3, 3, 7, 8. Hmm. Five, 3, 3, 7, 8. It's hard work to get what he was on about. I thought it was 5, 9, 5, 2, 9, 8.
Yes, different sea levels.
Well, he's got. He said here, right? This is where it starts at 53378 feet. Right?
Yes.
This is one arm. This is the second arm. Starts at 53378. And we'll go back to the other arm. Oh, it starts at 529.63.
Yes, so it is just, it means that this vertex has two elevations.
Yeah. Oh, no. Here, look. Here. The tangent. This is where the tangent is. But when he comes to do this other side over here, he puts the tangent here. He has two different tangents, very cleverly. I don't know whether he's noticed it himself.
Maybe he is doing double drop from which...
Well, it's got a tangent here. He's got the tangent at one end of one of the arms, not at the apex. The apex is 53378. That's shared. There. He's got it here. He's got it here dropping away. But then when he goes to the other side, look, dropping away down to 53378. And then this one, 53378. We've swapped the tangent. He's turned it round. This one's now horizontal. This one was vertical before. Now this one's vertical. This is the one that has the thing on the other side.
Yes, I just noticed that something doesn't add.
That's not right. He's got two different tangents. I don't know whether you noticed that, Blue, or not. Surely that should be extra function of the drop, shouldn't it? Because it's already so far away from the tangent. This horizontal plane should be going there. You can't swap your tangent point. You've got a quadratic function, haven't you? Can't be losing that. Can't have two different tangent points on your LIGO on one end of the same. You can't have two tangent points at the each end of the same fucking straight line, Blue. Why has nobody pointed that out to him?
Bev, can you explain it again? I was out of the room. I could hear what was going on, but can you just briefly explain what's going on with that?
Okay, right.
It has different elevation on the same starting point.
No. Okay.
Before you do that, remember what I said about their own intelligence.
Right. Well, I'm going to try and simplify it. Right. Here we go.
Yeah,
Are you watching the thing, the screen? Yeah.
I haven't got very good eyes, you know that.
Okay. Right. Well, I'll try and explain it to you.
Thank you. And for all those people out there that have also got bad eyesight, this is for you.
Okay. Now, this here at the top, you've got a horizontal line starting at 529.63 feet at one end, and then it goes to the other end. Right now,
that's at the right.
The right hand side of the thing is where the perpendicular arms meet. This on the right hand side. So on the left is where he's put his tangent. Not at the apex of the two arms.
Yeah.
Right at the other end. So he's got a tangent here at this end, and it's going like this, and it's dropping away. Right?
It's dropping
529.63 feet. Here, and then it drops away to where the apex is, where the join. And at the join, it is at 533.78 feet. Right, remember, tangent point here, not here.
Lower.
Yeah.
Right, it's here. Then, when you go to the other arm, boom, here. Oh, no, wait a minute, we're still on this one here, 529 feet. Dropping away. We have to go to the other arm, and oh look, the tangent's here. We've done our drawing round. We've flipped our drawing round and put this apex point that was over here before over here.
Instead of going back the other way, he's bloody done it the other way.
He's got another tangent.
Oh,
so
man.
this at this end of this here, he's got a tangent, and at the other end of this line, he's got another tangent. He's got two tangents at each end of the same fucking straight line.
Oh, especially if it was he saying? Is it? Oh no, I'm not saying what he's saying.
It's impossible, but the numbers work out, right? The numbers work out for his model.
That's what it'll be, according to his thing. It'll be 4 foot different tangent at the apex.
Yeah. That's a massive mistake, that.
Especially when the concrete was better than that. Right, the concrete was better than that. I'm sure it was. Well, they got the triangulation, I mean, better than that, you know, within a quarter of an inch.
Well, surely, if you were a top scale engineer and you had a problem with level and horizontal, right? You would at least know where to put your fucking tangent and not to do it two different tangents.
Yeah, but not only that.
It moves 4 foot from one end of that line to the other. So it would definitely matter where your tangent is.
Of course. Imagine that at the apex, you know, you have the concrete slabs completely different heights.
Yeah, it's an impossibility. So, I mean, don't forget about this next time. Whenever anybody shows you LIGO, I think Blue had a bit of a problem with the Livingston one. I'm not too sure whether they've had a go at the Livingston one of doing this with Livingston.
I reckon they've used the same template.
Well, wandering tangents. Wandering tangent planes. Or whether you can, I don't know whether you can on the globe do that. Just change tangents.
Yeah, because it says this is a measurement, isn't it? They measured this.
Yeah.
Isn't this the reading of the measurement? So he's telling us that the concrete slabs are having this configuration somehow.
Yeah.
So, like you pointed out, on the apex, they're not at the same height then. They can't be.
No, they are at the same height. Like, in reality, they're definitely at the same height. They've got to be at the same height.
Yeah. But he has a drop from one to the other, doesn't he?
No. He's got one straight line, right? The straightest thing in the fucking universe. And he's got two tangents on it. Now, I don't know if you know anything about straight lines and tangents. But how many times does a tangent touch the ball? Once at each end of the fucking straight line, right? Blue? What do you reckon? How many times does the straight line, how many tangent points does a straight line have?
Only one, and this horizontal line, if you turn 90 degree as LIGO does, it should mean that you have still only one this tangent point. Whatever you do with this horizontal line, if you rotate this horizontal line around, you have still only one tangent point.
Yeah. Yeah, it's only possible for you to ever have one tangent point, because a tangent point is the point, the one point that a straight line touches a circle. Not two. Who are the top globe geometers? Have they got any idea of what they're talking about? Or does globe geometry have more than one tangent point on a straight line?
So we have one faked tangent point here.
One of them's got to be wrong. It's like the case of the main surveyor and his shit setting up of his tools. At least one of them must be wrong. At least one. Tangent point. 29 feet. Oh, it's a joke. This model is ridiculous. And I'll point out again. This isn't flat Earth. It's not fucking flat. There are elevation changes, obviously. But nowhere in reality can you put two tangent points on a straight line. One at each end of a straight line. The globe has gone quiet. Blue, come on. Blue and Genesis. You guys, how many tangent points can you have on a straight line? Just asking for a friend. FE Dogma. Seems to be confused. He's made a video where he's put two tangents on each end of a straight line. 2.5 miles long, this straight line. Straightest thing in the universe. How do you do that? How is it possible? How is it possible for somebody to make such a stupid mistake? He's been talking to Askin all day as well, hasn't he? Look at that. Thank you very much, Paper, for spotting that. So, FE dogma, once again, globe geometers are a bit fucked, I'd say. You've got a problem that the geometry only works in reality and it doesn't allow for contradictions. It will only accommodate wizards, and you've got to be really good. We've caught most of them out. In fact, I think we've caught all of them out. It's easy to prove things wrong with geometry. Find the flaws in it.
Uh.
How should I put that? You.
I think the air went out of that one, didn't it? It was a bit of a built on a very sandy foundation, that video.
There you go. You have 2 tangent points on the same arm. Thank you very much. Discord, I put that. We're back to Discord. Okay. Anybody else got anything model affliction wise? Because we've just found out there that FE Dogma. I've been asking for all of these guys to come and have a chat about the geometric proofs of the model. I mean, that one is pretty shocking. I don't know whether Blue's going to do that. Give us an elevation profile of the either of them, really. Let's have an elevation profile of the LIGO arms. That'd be really interesting. In fact, any elevation profiles of anything, really. Wonder what the elevation profile of the Canal would be like. Wonder what surveyors had come and make of that. Wonder how many had put a curve in it. All curves that include a straight line. This is Genesis. You know how good he is at geometry. All curves that includes a straight line. He put that. Do you want me to just get that?
All curves that include a straight line? Yeah. Way to go, Genesis. How's that Swedish water?
Yeah, this is where they have to go. Everybody be aware. Look at that. All curves, brackets, that includes a straight line. Straight lines jumped into the... that includes, it's part of the curve. We're going to add straight lines into the group curves. That's crazy. Genesis has been drinking far too much.
Is that paralogism or just sheer sophistry?
Blue marble. If I have a perfectly straight line and I want to compare that to a sphere of a certain radius, I can pick any point I like on that line as a tangent point. Blue can just pick up the circle and move it anywhere he wants on that straight line. That's the way it works in the globe geometry land. Nicely done.
But still, if we have two tangent lines, 2 points, then it means that these two horizontals don't match. They cannot match.
Oh, yeah, you can't move around circles if you're dealing with the horizontal.
Yes, but these two horizontals, it means LIGO horizontals would not match. They would were on different planes then.
Yeah, and all horizontals are parallel in reality. So it gets a bit tricky. Oh no, the globe geometry is really in a bad state. There is no globe geometers. They've all run away. There's none to come and explain any of this stuff. They leave it to people like FE Dogma and videos on YouTube that don't really make any sense, that have different tangent points. Blue, you've got a problem because you've got like a quadratic function within your maths. You cannot just pick up the ball and move it around. It fucks up your quadratic function completely. It's strange that nobody's bothered telling you this, but that may be because it's got something to do with your paralogisms. Scary to look at them. Scary to come and talk to people about geometry. You get people on your side. It must be hard. Like people like Genesis wanting to group straight lines into the group curved lines. Not like a Venn diagram.
And Genesis writes, a straight line is a curve in mathematics. This is not true. Completely not true, because straight line has linear function from its name, and curved line as parabolic has quadratic function. So there are two functions: linear for a straight line, and for a curve we have quadratic function. So I don't know why Genesis wrote such stupid thing.
He keeps telling us he's not bright. He does say that when he comes in. So, I mean, basically, you just use Genesis as an example of somebody who is admittedly not very bright and is also willing to say some stupid things in defense of other people into doing things. I don't know why he's coming here, Genesis, again. He's not helping the Globers. But, I mean, not to get away from the fact that FE Dogma does have two different tangent points on the same straight line, or the same arm of LIGO. That's got to be bad. Within the understanding of how geometry actually works. Blue versus Mobius. That would be good asking, yeah. Blue, anytime you're ready. Mobius, I think he's a bit busy at the minute, but we'll see if we can set it up. If you want to book a time. Uh-oh. Blue, Askin left your server. He was getting abused. You let people abuse him. So he said, I'm not putting up with that. And you didn't do anything to stop it. Genesis. I'm pretty sure the kids at school would know not to put two tangent points on the same at different ends of a straight line. It's impossible. Impossible.
I was taught in school that linear function is for a straight line. So maybe I was taught wrongly, but I was taught that way. Sorry.
Yeah, Globe School. I missed out on that Globe School as well. We just did simple mathematics where we only had one tangent point on a straight line. One straight line only has one tangent point, as in normal geometry. But I mean, this is globe geometry that we're dealing with. And I've been asking them for quite a while to deal with this.
And like Giro is writing, a curved line changes direction from one point to the next. It means that if you are on X and Y coordinate system, therefore you have to confuse two measurements, because if X is inclined into Y, therefore measuring only X, you are measuring also Y. So this is nonsense, of course. So you cannot have curved line as a reference to anything.
Yeah.
So because it's changing direction.
Well, a straight line touches a circle at 1 point and 1 point only. In order for you to have a straight line, you need 2 points. You can't get those 2 points of a straight line on the circle. It's not possible. It's impossible. It would cut it. 316. Euclid. Proposition 16, book 3. If you want to go into it, but I mean, that's for a later date. Geometry. Proofs within geometry. Blue's gone. All right, see you later, Blue. You best get a conference going, though, because this is definitely a problem. Your tangent points. I'm impressed. FE Dogma, if you want to come and have a chat and explain how you've got 2 different tangent points on the same straight line. Oh, well, the same straight construction in reality. I don't know where you got a tangent from in the first place, but... Oh, now I do not expect any globe believers or any globe geometers to come forward, or any globe surveyors to come forward, or any globe engineers or anything to come forward to explain FE Dogma's 2 tangent points on the same straight line. Because it's impossible. Nobody can explain it. It's completely FE Dogma's paralogism. Nobody else can explain it. It's ridiculous. It's impossible. Genesis says the ignorance of mathematics here seems to be total. Remember, it is a guy on his side of the globe model that has 2 tangent points. Admittedly, they are perpendicular to each other, but there is 2 different tangent points. In fact, should we get that? I'll just get some screen grabs. If anybody wants to put them together. To find the tangent point. There you go. I might be giving you these the wrong way around. But here is tangent. The second tangent plane. And no. There you go. Now, there you go. Quite clearly got two different tangent points at two different heights. Anybody from the globe side explain to us how that's possible? Oh, Rumpus is here. Do you even know the mathematical mathematical definition of a straight line doesn't involve 2 points? Yeah, it's extreme points. I would say points meaning 2, but I mean, I don't know. Are you going to have more points than 2, Rumpus? Your straight line. Oh, Rumpus, I'm going to have to get this one right, because we are live and this is documented. So Rumpus says, Askin. Thanks, Askin. You're good at doing this. I am being distracted by life a bit at the moment. I should be making videos and organising a hangout to discuss hump, drop and horizontal soon. Top man, Rumpus. Hump, drop and horizontal.
Wash and go.
I've got
2 in 1.
I've got them in my favourites. There you go. Put it in the wrong chat. There you go. There's hump, drop, and horizontal. 3 brothers. That might be what Rumpus is talking about. Can we come over and have a chat about that? Do we get to go and have a talk with him?
Rumpus has invited everybody except, I think, this guy called Bev.
Oh, yeah, never mind. Never mind.
I think that's one of the exceptions.
Yes, Rumpus is writing that you, Bev, don't understand tangents. So he not tangent, but tangents.
Yeah,
so you
both
don't
of them, yeah.
understand. He means that you don't understand that we can have 2 tangents.
2 tangents on the same straight line, apparently. Because that's what LIGO is, right? One arm of LIGO can have 2 tangents at each end of it. I'm not too sure whether Rumpus, did you miss that bit where FE Dogma has a tangent at each end of one arm of LIGO? I mean, it doesn't say whether the other end has 2 tangents. Yeah. Yeah, I remember when Rumpus had to Google what a tangent was because he was telling us that we didn't understand what it was. And he needed to Google it just to make sure. And he found out when he did Google it, I was completely right with what I was saying all along anyway. But I mean, we've been talking about this today. When we had Ruhif come in all, a few days over the weekend, early mornings, and I was asking Ruhif who he thinks the top globe geometer is. And Ruhif obviously said himself because he's a big head. But then proceeded to let us know that he didn't know that a diameter was a straight line. And but he said that the top globe geometers, Rumpus, don't get upset. He said they were science it out, conspiracy cats, and flat earth math. He didn't mention Rumpus. He didn't mention Starkodder. He didn't mention Wally. He didn't mention Rumpus or George. Shockingly enough. So it appears that Rumpus and George and Starkodder are at least number 4, 5 are down the line. Rumpus and I'm not interested. I'm not interested in anyone that Ruhif says is lower than he is on the globe geometry side because he doesn't know what a straight line is. And you, Rumpus, haven't drawn us an elevation profile of what you expect to see. And I expect that reciprocal as well. Yeah. Tangent to a horizontal was what Rumpus had. Airplanes always keep them fly into a tangent to a horizontal. I think that's why Rumpus says that I don't know what tangents are. He just never mentioned you, Rumpus. They almost know that you're not one of the top globe geometers. I wouldn't trust you either, to be honest. You've not even let anybody know what your test is. I mean, how would anybody know what geometer you are? I bet you have 2 tangents at either end of a straight line. Would that change your calculations if you were to move the tangent point? Yeah, of course it would. Definitely it would change your calculations if you started from another tangent point at the same side. Triggered a bit, are you? You will have misunderstood what F.E. Dogma was saying. I'll get it on the thing here. I took screenshots on the video. So there he's got one tangent and another tangent. He's got 2 different tangents, Rumpus. At different elevations. Maybe he might have doubled up on the tangent. Is that possible? No, Rumpus, it's not possible. It's impossible. What Stark Otter put there? Have you seen that? The only tangent point for your observation is at the observation point on the bridge. No, Rumpus, you don't put a tangent point in the upper 5 foot off a bridge, surely.
So it means for me this Wikipedia doesn't mean anything, but this is not definition, because because if this is written but that does not have to be straight, this is not correct statement. It must not be straight.
Yeah.
Not have to be.
Yeah.
Maybe, but not have to be. This is not scientific definition, because we are not talking about what is maybe. It is or it is not. So if curve is changing direction and straight line is not changing directions, so this is the difference. I would say special difference between them.
Well, I mean, like, that's old school maths that you're talking about, right? Where the law of the excluded middle does apply. Right?
Yes, of course.
But that's not new maths is a little bit different than that old traditional old school mathematics. Call it Aristotelian mathematics. Things have changed. Things have definitely changed nowadays. You've got to get ready for this new maths.
Come on. We're in 2.0 now.
Rumpus is making tangent points with auto levels. He thinks that's what they do. If that's not a model affliction for you, I don't know what is. He thinks auto levels establish tangents. You establish horizontal tangents with an auto level on the bridge. Rumpus, can we have tuna and cucumber? And I've developed a bit of lactose intolerance, so and wheat. I've got a wheat allergy, so can make sure you get some stuff for us. Like
for the catering?
Fruit. Yeah.
You're talking? Yeah.
Somebody come and talk to us about this globe geometry. It's getting good now. Rumpus has got tools for establishing tangents. That's probably how you can have many different tangents. Straight lines. You can put a tangent at each end of a straight line. I like the way Rumpus is called his test rect as well, because that's means straight.
But what Rumpus wrote, it means that, for example, this LIGO cannot be a straight line. These lasers will be not in a straight line.
Mm-hmm.
It couldn't. He doesn't understand that of implications what he is writing.
Yeah, he thinks he can just do what he does with his drawings and draw straight lines all over circles. He doesn't realise the implications of putting that straight line as a physical thing in reality. He thinks he can just move them around. Shocking the way Rumpus thinks he can do geometry always on a circle. Rumpus, please get some globe geometers to back you up, because some of this stuff is ridiculous. Look at that. Rumpus says a horizontal at an elevation is a tangent for that elevation.
So we don't have globe tangent lines anymore, but we have some different elevation tangents. Tangent to elevation.
Yeah.
Tangent to space. It means tangent to space.
Yeah. What do you call a straight line that doesn't touch a circle? Rumpus calls them tangents. What do you call a horizontal plane that doesn't touch a circle?
It would mean that we have flying planes and flying tangent lines around the globe, not touching the surface of the Earth.
Rumpus, look.
Funny times.
Rumpus has got. He seems to have missed. He must have missed the beginning bit of this. It says LIGO is a straight line and it is a tangent to the vertical at 1, capital letters, 1 point. Jesus, this is simple. Well, Rumpus, FE Dogma has one arm of LIGO, you might have missed it, with 2 tangent points. Big capital letters. 2. Not 1. 2. And he's also said that all sensible globers agree with me, says Rumpus.
I think he is not aware of danger here. He didn't listen, so he's not aware. He is not prepared.
They don't matter. It doesn't matter to him. FE Dogma did his original one. They've all said, brilliant, 11 months ago. Well done. This is some of the best stuff. You're such a really good engineer. Nobody's noticed it. He's got 2 different tangents. They now have to say that that's the normal. They have to now have movable tangent points within their geometry, within their geometric functions. Has to happen. I've not misunderstood him, Rumpus, at all. It's in the video. Nobody else has spotted it. He's got 2 tangent points at either end of one of the arms of LIGO. At Hanford. I didn't make the video. We've just gone over it tonight. It's the first time I'd ever even seen it tonight. Never gone over it or anything. Might be worth going over a few more of FE Dogma's videos. Nice to see that he used those slides where he has the water level dropping away from a horizontal. It seems like you've got a ridiculous model that you have to defend for some reason.
Rumpus
Each.
still doesn't understand that these two tangent points are made on one line,
Yeah.
not on two different. On one on the vertex and one on the end, the same line.
He's done it again. I get that. There we go. Check this out. I've left Mobius's comment there as well in case you miss it. Check out Rumpus's. Each LIGO arm will have one tangent to the vertical. What's a tangent again? Tangent to what?
To a vertical, not to a globe.
Not to a curve. Oh, no. To a vertical.
Precious.
Tangents to a vertical. For one tangent for a LIGO arm. Rumpus, come on. Should you really be doing this? You need some help, Rumpus. Don't be typing anything like that again on your own.
Are you well, sir?
He needs to be supervised.
Yeah. He says you don't understand spherical geometry. Well, tangents in spherical geometry don't exist, Rumpus. Terrible. Shocking, I know. That's what ended up with B-Ball going into a meltdown. Because spherical geometry, although it sounds very spherical, is this done on a 2D surface. And I don't know if you know anything about 2D surfaces, but you can't put a tangent to it. Because the tangent would lie wholly within the two-dimensional surface. They're not possible. There is no tangents within spherical geometry. Unfortunately, tangents only exist in Euclidean geometry. That's the truth. Each elevation can be considered a sphere.
What? Elevation?
Each
Sphere?
elevation can be considered a sphere, and one can have tangents to that conceptual surface.
How elevation?
It means
can
horizontals and
sphere.
verticals being perpendicular. Doesn't he?
That is brilliant. I love it. That's great.
It's a gold mine, Rumpus. Thank you very much.
Total gold mine.
I think that Rumpus is getting worse. Every minute. He needs attention right now.
Well, he's helping the globe really well, right? You know, these people that have to have their name up in lights. Well, Rumpus is doing that right now. He's setting the new globe narrative. Tangent points at each elevation. Each vertical has its own tangent, which will be perpendicular to it, of course. Like horizontals and verticals being perpendicular.
And one can have tangents to that conceptual surface. I thought we were talking about reality, no? I keep getting mixed up.
Well, the LIGO arm is definitely in reality. It's not conceptual at all, is it?
I
Definitely
absolutely
real.
not.
Yeah. I think it's Rumpus. Is he forgetting? Rumpus, you do realise that LIGO is a real thing in reality. An actual thing. I know, it's only geometry, really. But it does help for you to have an understanding of what you're talking about.
And in addition, these lasers are in the tube, so globers cannot use refraction for that.
Oh, well, we keep him well away from refraction or anything. This is all just basic geometry. There's no need to step into anything like that. We are just talking about straight lines and tangents, and it's pretty obvious from what F.E. Dogma's done in his video. He's put 2 tangents, and that's led Rumpus to put tangents everywhere. Multiple tangents. Rumpus can generate tangents. I think we had Jose being tangent man. There's a tangent. There's a tangent. There's a that bit of weed there. That's a tangent. See the corner of that house over there? That's a tangent.
Old MacDonald had a farm. Yes, tangents everywhere.
Yeah. Each elevation can be considered as defining a spherical surface, to which one can have tangents. You just, yeah, tangents everywhere. At every elevation, tangent. Perpendicular, Rumpus? Would it be perpendicular, like verticals and horizontals? Just with a really confused misunderstanding that there's some sort of a globe model there and you keep putting spheres everywhere, when actually you're talking about a vertical, a straight line, and a tangent perpendicular to it, which is a straight line. The only thing that actually seems conceptual is your idea of what a fucking sphere is. Yeah, you missed the Model Affliction Blues. We'll be playing it again in a bit. Seems like there's going to be a lot of them. Can you imagine coming into your usual, I call it a job or whatever, but I mean, you're used to hanging around the chat rooms, right? And you're talking with, you're laughing and joking with your mates on these Discord servers. And you find out that Rumpus is going round telling everyone that you have to put tangents everywhere. At every elevation, you put a tangent there. Like, why do you have to do that? Rumpus has said it. You have to go with what Rumpus says. Rumpus is going to have his name up in lights. Wallets.
Now globers will be obsessed not with globe but with tangents.
Tangents, yeah.
Beware. Here, upside down, here and there.
You can put a horizontal tangent wherever you want. Why do you call it a tangent? Oh, Rumpus seems to be obsessed with tangents, but
yes, they will wake up and go to bathroom, and what they meet, tangent.
if your tangent is higher up, an increased elevation, does that mean your conceptual sphere is bigger than somebody else's? Your mind sphere depends on how high you go. It's good, isn't it? And how do you measure the elevation of well, you have to use the horizontal plane, don't you? In order to measure the elevation change to start off with. And then Rumpus is going to put an imaginary sphere there as well.
I think they should go for competition. Which tangent is highest? I bet that the Rumpus would be the highest tangent line, so he will win.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether you have to make it horizontal. So the biggest conceptual tangent sphere would have to be at the top of Everest, right? So all you need to do is get an auto level to elevate at the top of Everest, and you could be the person to make the biggest conceptual sphere. Imagine that.
But what about creating on the plane, on aeroplane, with bubble sextant, for example? You can go higher and higher.
Rumpus, you are brilliant. Keep coming. Have you got a team together, Rumpus? We've got a straight line proof in order to show people what a proof is, because I'm thinking with not a lot of people understand the idea of a proof, or the reason for a proof, or how to achieve a proof, at least mathematically anyway, and how to develop that process. It's always a good idea to go over these sort of things. So I'm looking for the top globe geometers that I can then present a proof to. Just the geometric proof to start off with. But that's all we want to be doing. We want to show how to present a geometric proof. For reality, obviously. And in the idea of what we're doing with Kevin and the logic trivium idea, sort of personal training exercise. I need to be able to check the rhetoric I'm testing to see how well we can put this information across and how understandable we can make it as part of the trivium project that we're doing. I'm trying to improve myself through logic and understanding how definitions are formed and how to present proofs in reality. So if there are any globe geometers, if there are any mathematicians that are around here, if there are any school teachers, university lecturers, university students with mathematics, we're here ready to try and present this stuff. That's what we're going to be doing. I'm going to be starting a project with my lad. Hopefully trying to teach him, but I mean, it might be a harder job than I think. Rumpus is doing a you don't understand. There's 3 of them there on one. Oh.
Yes, we don't understand spherical geometry.
It's not, it can't be understood. So it's understandable that you don't understand it.
And you cannot understand paradoxes. You can only point fallacies in paradox, but you cannot understand paradoxes.
Yeah, it's a good way of talking about it. Like, yeah, I like it. There you go. Rumpus starts off with a you don't understand. Each elevation defines a sphere. That's every datum point defines a sphere.
I think that he don't understand which words he is using, because he doesn't know what definition means.
He's for here. This is a great one. This one's one of the best. Look at that. Every elevation on the Earth defines a conceptual sphere. That's every elevation point defines a sphere, separate one, and which can have a tangent which is the same as horizontal. Each point can have a horizontal. He's so stuck because he knows that he doesn't mean a horizontal line.
Yes, he's using point, but you cannot create any relation to a point, and you cannot describe it as horizontal or vertical or whatever. You cannot establish this relation to the point, because you can rotate line around a point, and at any angle you will have same thing. So you can name it horizontal or vertical, but or whatever to a point, but it doesn't mean anything, because you can have only a vertical to a horizontal. So you have to have second line of reference, line, not point. Second line of reference, it would be for vertical, it would be horizontal, and vice versa. So it doesn't work with the point, and especially with the point at vertex. So when two lines are meeting, it's completely nonsense, because you cannot create angle at a vertex point. This is the only one point where you cannot create angle.
Rumpus, you're a joke, right? Rumpus, everybody knows Rumpus is a joke, right? But check this out. Rumpus says, geometry is a paradox to flatties. Now, does Rumpus understand what a paradox is?
Definitely not.
Does Rumpus understand what geometry is?
He doesn't understand what paradox is. He doesn't understand what definition is. I think he doesn't understand many things.
He doesn't understand what geometry is. I mean, how could geometry be a paradox? Geometry is a paradox to flatties. I mean, I don't know what he means about flatties, but if you to say that about anybody, there are no paradoxes, but the way to find paradoxes is with logic, and geometry is pure logic. I'd say Rumpus hasn't got a clue about anything. It's no wonder you don't come and talk, Rumpus. You can't be trusted.
He's starting to insulting. So
yeah,
it is ending like always with him.
Yeah, at least he's listening. Rumpus, you're a joke. Don't bother coming in. You get humiliated. All you'd be able to do is add harm, and it'd be a shame, Rumpus, because you want to try and get into the history books with this thing. I mean, how would you want to be remembered? As the guy who measured the drop of the water level, or the guy that just goes around insulting people. showing his bigotry, dislike of a group of people. It's tough, Rumpus. Rumpus shows his reasoning as well. It must be tough, Rumpus. We know that it's getting a bit hard for you guys. Model Affliction Blues is what we've got. He says, you don't understand globe geometry. Yeah, definitely right. It's not a thing. You've just made that up, Rumpus. There is no such thing as globe geometry. And believe a sphere to be a paradox. You need to explain that, Rumpus. Doesn't make any sense.
Yes, sphere is three-dimensional object.
Yeah.
In Euclidean geometry, so
yeah,
don't know what he's saying, what he's talking about.
I think he might be talking about his 2D ball.
Maybe yes, 2D sphere.
Yeah. And then therefore you believe geometry to be a paradox. I mean, he's got like a you don't understand this and you don't understand that, therefore conclusion. False conclusion, right? It's a bad reasoning. These things aren't related together and you can't make a conclusion upon a falsehood. Paralogism, I'd say, Rumpus. You seem to be unaware of your fallacious reasoning. So I'd say paralogism, not sophistry. I don't think you're bright enough for sophistry, Rumpus. I do believe you try. I do believe you try to be a parasophist. This isn't going to go well for you, Rumpus, because it is pretty clear that you are the one that are talking about globe geometry. And yes, you're right. I haven't got a clue about it. I only know Euclidean geometry. That's all I deal with. So anytime you would like to put these up together, and I'll show you the proof of a shared straight line segment that aids us to be able to do realizing Euclid. And you, Rumpus, can show us some of your globe geometry proofs. That is, the if proofs are worked out the same in globe geometry as they are in Euclidean geometry. And in order to help you understand what a Euclidean geometric proof is, I'm willing to practice how to present a proof within reality of a shared straight line segment.
I wonder, do they have any axioms or definitions in globe geometry?
Globe, Rumpus says here, globe geometry is the geometry of a sphere, of the sphere. The sphere. Almost like a deity. He's giving it a the.
Big.
The, yeah.
Big S.
Big E. Well, he wants to give, he doesn't want to give it an S. He wants to give it an E, right?
Right.
Yeah. Not an S, an E, S-E.
I thought he was going with the S. Okay, but the E, yeah, that's always been there. Big E, yeah.
Yeah, globe geometry, Mobius. Not spherical geometry. No. Globe geometry. It's an extension Rumpus is making up.
How about a couple of axioms, Rumpus?
I think one of his best defenses is to say that we don't understand, as always.
I have axiom 1 of their globe geometry. You know what it is? A straight line curves. Axiom 1.
You know what? I think Rumpus doesn't understand what geometry is. Because he thinks globe geometry is the geometry of the sphere. Well, what would you put Euclidean geometry down as, right? Forget that a sphere is a shape within Euclidean geometry. Right? Forget about that completely. But if, in Rumpus's vein, he says globe geometry is the geometry of the sphere, what would Euclidean geometry be? Euclidean geometry is the geometry of... Anyone? Rumpus seems confident about his globe geometry is the geometry of the sphere. I think anybody can come up with a definition
in
of
Euclid.
Euclidean.
It is 3D. So I don't know. We have a problem here.
Yeah.
I would say Euclidean reality.
Yeah, that's what I would say. It's the geometry of reality. That's the only thing you can come up with. Because Rumpus has a really bad misunderstanding of what geometry is. Like, could you say cube geometry is the geometry of a cube? No, you couldn't. Doesn't make any sense. The cube is defined within Euclidean geometry. How can it be a geometry of its own? It's ridiculous. Non-logical. Which seems to be that the globe geometry is not logical. Because it's not logical to say that a shape within Euclidean geometry can obtain its own geometry. Doesn't make any sense.
And Rumpus is still conflating a surface of a sphere and sphere as an object, and he pretends that he doesn't understand. But of course, in geometry, we are talking only about surfaces. Only.
Mm-hmm.
We don't need to know what is inside a sphere or cube. We are dealing with surfaces always and only.
Yeah. So is there a difference, Rumpus, between globe geometry, Euclidean geometry, and spherical geometry? There's only one real geometry in those three. Spot the odd ones out. Right, Rumpus says, you don't understand. It always starts. This is how Rumpus starts his sentences off. You don't understand the difference between the geometry of the sphere and spherical geometry, which is about the sphere, the surface of a sphere, and is not Euclidean.
Yes,
give us an axiom, Rumpus.
Same bullshit as Brenda or whatever. This doesn't make any sense completely, because you cannot have 2D surface of a three-dimensional object. for example, cube, and that's why Brenda, it was alpha or whatever. So surface of the cube is three-dimensional, not two-dimensional. So they are trying to divide sphere into infinite number of squares, I think, and trying to prove that way that this is 2D. But of course, it is not because part of a sphere is not a sphere. So if you divide this sphere, spherical surface into infinite number of squares, it doesn't mean, of course, that one part of this surface, it means square, is a surface. This is pars pro toto fallacy. You cannot equivocate or part of surface with a whole surface. This is what Brenda was doing previously.
I don't understand why they want to keep talking about the surface of a sphere. I think it comes down to the fact that they just simply don't understand geometry, how it works.
Yes. Why cannot we, for example, discuss surface of a cube? It's more simple than sphere, and this is 3D. Because its surface of cube is in 3 dimensions, not in 2 dimensions. It is measured in 3 dimensions, and sphere is measured in 3 dimensions also.
Well, a sphere is a Euclidean shape, right? For Rumpus to think that anything that happens on the surface of a Euclidean shape isn't Euclidean. Again, I can't understand where his reasoning comes from, or why he even wants to attempt to say that. If you have a sphere, a Euclidean shape, and then you draw a line on it, then the line is going to obey all of the rules of the shape, the Euclidean shape that you've got.
So you cannot have straight lines on the sphere. If you draw a line on a surface of the sphere, you cannot have straight line. So that's it. Of course, if you bend your paper, if you draw a straight line on piece of paper and then you will curve this paper, of course, this line will be curved also. This is simple. This is childish.
Rumpus is helping us out again. A vertical elevation, like, because they're all on the vertical datum, is a radius. A vertical elevation is a radius. Well, you know where I've got an elevation, like say 10 foot. Anybody else know any other elevations that we're talking about? Elevations above mean sea level. That's a radius, apparently, Rumpus says. Does anyone know what elevation they're at the minute? vertical elevation is a radius. Rumpus can't use spherical geometry. Rumpus can't use globe geometry because it's made up. All established theory. Is Rumpus saying? Oh, I know. The Bedford levels, when I went there, and at that end that Rumpus is looking at, it's 1.25 meters. So that's a radius, right, at the end of Rumpus's canal. 1.25 meters. Maybe like one of those big Zoid balls. Elevation is the distance from the center of the earth, which forms a radius. So when we say that the elevation of that water above mean sea level is 1.25 meters, Rumpus, that's the radius, 1.25 meters. I know, I probably won't understand that the elevation of 1.25 meters is what you're talking about. Rumpus admits here that it's just theory. Here we go. This is all established theory. A theory. Rumpus is saying the radius of the sphere is just a theory. Obviously, because it's impossible to measure it. It's all just based on an external angle measurement. All of it, everything that the model has. Rumpus's paralogisms, all of it. The radius of the sphere is elevation plus the distance of mean sea level from the center of the earth. Nice.
Rumpus says so it is.
He's got straight lines that are perpendicular, right? And then he says, well, you have to add on this other number and put it at the center, which then makes them not perpendicular.
But how he dare to use straight line in spherical geometry? Because only lines you can the only lines you can draw on spherical on a sphere, on a surface, as opposite to planar geometry, so to speak. You cannot have a straight line, so you cannot use straight line, so you cannot use radius, you cannot just it is impossible. So this vertical lines or whatever lines, straight lines, are not usable in spherical geometry.
Yeah.
There are no straight lines in this supposed spherical geometry.
Only Euclidean spheres have radiuses. That should be a point we point out within geometry anyway, at least. Because it's a straight line. And straight lines can have parallels to them in reality. But not on the globe model. You can't even have straight lines on the globe model. That's right, isn't it, Rumpus? There's no such thing as a straight line. Oh, it looks like he's getting triggered. He's not even spelling his words right. He's doing all of that weird text speak where he does it. He makes it to look like he's slow or whatever, where you put capitals in where they're not needed. He's doing that, Rumpus. That's a bit... Go and get a cocoa, Rumpus. Time for... Just have a sit down. Calm down. You'll be right. Don't worry about it.
And he thinks that fantasy is theory. It is not.
Yeah. He said we don't understand theory. I know it's not real. You can have an idea about something, but you'd want to try and replicate it, which would take it out of theory and into practice. If you don't have the practice part, then guessing you can theorize anything. Not a stolen concept fallacy or what? Rumpus is attempting to discuss the geometry of the sphere, which is Euclidean, but the surface of it isn't, apparently. Can you imagine that? With people who do not understand, there is a difference. It's impossible. There's a difference between something that's made up and a sphere that's definitely real. See, the problem, I think, is the moment you get a sphere to start doing any geometry on, you've already stated that Euclidean geometry is the geometry you're using. You can't have a sphere and then say what you're going to be doing will be not Euclidean. You've already started off with the sphere. It's one of the biggest stolen concept fallacies there is. Yeah, no. When Rumpus says nobody understands him, he's talking about the Globers too. He's not being just discriminatory to the flat earthers, right? Of which I don't know if there is any. No, I don't think there's any here. But I mean, he's like, There's not only the flat earthers that don't understand what Rumpus is doing because he's making up geometries. There's the globe earthers that don't understand what Rumpus is talking about either. And they aren't willing to sit through listening to what Rumpus has got to say because it's not understandable by anyone. But then you've got people who just live in reality that don't understand Rumpus either. I don't understand what Rumpus has got to gain. Why Rumpus feels the need to do this with these Bedford level. Unless it's just for fame. He could be the most famous glober ever. To measure a 17-foot drop of the water level over distance. Wow. He's got triangles of more than 180 degrees. There you go, Rumpus. That's all you've got to do. Go and measure a triangle with more than 180 degrees. Because Rumpus has got his points with an auto level, hasn't he? Tangents. You'd definitely be able to measure a triangle with greater than 180 degrees with your tool for your tangent maker.
They need definitely new tools for that.
Yeah. Spheres do not create triangles of more than 180 degrees. You'd have to show us one. Rumpus nails it every time. You've got Wally back in your Rumpus. There you go. You're on the way. Spheres can't have triangles with more than 180 degrees because triangles only have 180 degrees.
And have only straight sides.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the only way triangles are ever defined. Straight sides. Because you have to know how an angle is defined. Well, there you go, people. Rumpus has said Wally's a bright glober. I think that's about as much as we need to know from Rumpus. His delusional state. Yeah, he is definitely a glober. He's our resident glober as well, Wally. Tirelessly working for the globe. They've been on full effect just recently. Expressing their paralogisms all over the place. Oh, Rumpus, please don't get triggered. None of that gratuitous globe science. Yeah, you get free ones all the time, I think, Gods. Thanks for being a member. Spherical triangles aren't a thing. drawing lines on a ball doesn't make triangles. Just draws lines on a ball. Yeah, Rumpus is still here. 12 months. Yeah, God, fucking hell. 1 year. Rumpus is still here with nothing. But, I mean, he is going to do a video and a hangout on the drop, hump, and horizontal. What about slope? You're missing out Blue's slope, Rumpus. Drop, hump, slope, or horizontal? Genesis, you got some educators. Are these globe geometry educators that we have? The text chat trolls. Genesis. I wouldn't be touting them like that. Cool, Rumpus. See you later. You're no good. We don't need you. You're better off being put away anyway, Rumpus. Go and jump on your other text chat troll character. That one's of no use to us anymore. But give us a shout when you're doing your hangout. Happy to see that. Or maybe one of your videos about your test. Then people know what it is. How you're going to do it. Especially if you're not going to do reciprocal. You need to let people know that you're not doing reciprocal tangent. I don't know. Reciprocal tangent. Don't know. You have a tangent at each end of the straight line. I think he said that you can. Each elevation, each vertical elevation establishes its own tangent. So you can effectively have one at the start of a straight line and one at the end of a straight line. Makes sense. Globe geometry, double tangent. I wonder if you have a triangle, whether you could have 3 tangents. Genesis is saying everyone not agreeing with me is a chat troll. Do you agree, Genesis? Oh, I'm impressed with the caliber of the globe trolls that we've got. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I don't know where to go for tonight. It's getting a little bit boring talking to the Globers in the chat. Text chat trolls. I mean, that is all that the Globe has. They had Rumpus explaining. We've gone over FE Dogma and these double tangent points, which is impossible.
Yes, they are repeating themselves all the time. And by the way, if you have a triangle on the sphere surface, so if you double it, you have, for example, you can have square, so-called square with curved sides, and this square would have more degrees than a circle. So it would mean that the square is more round than a circle. Funny.
Yeah. That's the problem with exploding your logic systems, isn't it?
Yeah. Round, square, quadratic, circle.
Yeah, you can
Well,
literally have anything functioning, can't you? Once you explode that logic, you can make anything fit you want. Which is a shame, but yeah, that's what everybody's done at the minute. Devise their own geometric systems on surfaces of geometric shapes and imagining that that's a new geometry. There is only 3D geometry. Euclidean geometry is the geometry of reality, and it is the only geometry that makes it into 3 dimensions.
and these 3 dimensions are measured by so to speak, cubic geometry, not spherical. Cubic. We have cubic measurements, x, y, and z. So 90-degree to each to each other. So it makes it cubic measurement, not spherical, never spherical.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody wants to come in and have a chat about geometry and how the sphere / the circle and all of the points on the circle are used, you will very quickly find out that the circle doesn't ever use the entire shape, only a couple of points on it.
Yes, and circle has not spherical surface, but plane surface. Circle itself, of course.
Yeah. Again, that allows you to be able to do the geometry that we are talking about, right? That Euclidean geometry is available to us because a circle is 2D. It has a straight line, a diameter that goes through the center point and touches the circle or sphere on each side. I don't want to sound too much like I'm going over all of this sort of stuff, but this geometry is obviously troubling for the globe. They've got nobody. Nobody's coming in here to show us how we've got it all wrong. We've just got text chat trolls telling us that we got it all wrong. That, to me, would be embarrassing to not have a reply, even about how a geometric proof is established. I mean, nobody needs to feel put down or anything, but we just haven't been taught geometric proofs. We haven't been taught how to formulate a proof. Yet most of the people around here are asking other people for their proof daily about something, probably to do with shape.
Yes, people now don't understand what word proof means. That this is syllogism. You have to have first premise, second premise, middle term. It means conclusion. This is proof, and it has to be properly formulated.
Yeah, and with multiple checks as well. I mean, it's not just a proof to make a statement. you need to back up that statement with another proof.
Yes, of course. For example, in physical reality, this middle term has to be checked. So it cannot be only an empty claim. That,
Or just theoretical, right?
Yes, yes, of course.
Yeah. Try the university. What university? Is there a globe university, Genesis? I don't know which university do you suggest, Genesis? And for what? Last time I looked, they didn't have a course on the globe at university. I don't think they have it. I don't think it's a subject. They should start doing the globe courses in university. It'd give loads of these people, wouldn't it? You know, I went to university and did the globe. Globe University. There you go. That's a concept to be thinking about. Globe geometry. Genesis wants a globe university. Who would you have as your teachers? Who would be the best? Who would be the first picks? Globe University. Who would be the what do you have it as a principal? Is it dean? Oh, you could have that. Who would be the headmaster of Globe University? Globe University. What would the subjects be as well? That'd be good. Obviously, you'd have to have globe geometry. You wouldn't be allowed to use Euclidean. They'd be using straight lines. Globe maths? I don't know how that would work. Right, I need to go and make a brew. It's a little bit early.
I would be off to bed. Thank you very much.
Okie dokie.
Good night.
Good night. See you around. I'm going to put Model Affliction Blues on again. So, talk freely in Discord. I'm going to put this on. It's about 5 minutes 20. Be back in a bit.
Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You've got to twist your words in every which way, because the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line? Or does it curve? Some people don't clamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model dictates what you do. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Model affliction. It's your addiction. Model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change. Just got your local distance just out of range. That old key is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Model affliction. It's your addiction. Model affliction. It brings you so much pain, and it's your ball and chain. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball will always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction. It's your addiction. That old model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues.
Works really good with this guitar.
Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way. We all know that the model dictates what you do. Well, we know you got it, the model affliction. Model affliction. Model affliction. Model affliction. Well, we know you got it, the model affliction blue.
And we are back. Where's that not going over? Come on. I don't know whether the screen's working. There you go. Well, and we're back with the model affliction interlude. There'll be a lot of Globers with the Model Affliction Blues coming soon. I get sad that they can't justify their model, so end up in that state of Model Affliction Blues.
That's
Normally
becoming
ends
my
with...
favorite song.
No, the next one is definitely the best one. I think it'll be the next one anyway. Might come around that there's some other ones. But who will? I can't get that one out my head.
Yeah, that one, words wise,
yeah.
I don't know, man. Yeah. And the Shadow Giants, the one with the shadow. Which one is that? And the one with the, they're all good, man. The Buster has a way with words.
Yeah, we will watch it burn was the one he said, and we are watching it. It's going down in flames.
Yeah. My favorite line of all is, we will not let the shadows win. Shadow Giants or Shadows win? One of the, I think it's,
yeah.
I'm not sure which one.
We will not let these shadows win.
Yeah, yeah.
Step into the light.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, gods. It happened a few days ago. Well, maybe about a week ago now. I said to Buster, I just wrote on the board at some point, Model Affliction Blues. And I just pitched it to Buster. And Buster said, Blues? Yeah, I've never really done that, but I could give it a go. And that song wrote itself. There's like verses coming. New verses every day. Fitted to the Model Affliction Blues. So if you've got any lyrics that you think you can fit in, drop them in. Drop them in next level. We'll get them to Buster if they can be fitted into a song. Then you might be able to get it going. Get your lyrics in the song.
No peer review, just Buster like a communism.
Well, no, you just all you've got to do is be in here. You can have a hand, because they do tend to happen like that. Most of the conversations we have and Buster's jam sessions seem to end up in just ideas that flow. You end up with something at the end of it. And I'm going to have to sort out my new video thing, because that last one's gone knackered. So I need a new video program. If anybody knows any video editors, programs that aren't video pad, not too expensive. Any recommendations, and let us know. I'm definitely going to need one. Oh, Genesis is obsessed with other people again. Why are they so obsessed with other people?
Because they have boring lives.
It's what the way they always want to associate you with somebody else, and then I don't know. It's a sad way to be.
I bet you they watched all of Johnny Depp's Law thing. I haven't even seen 1 minute of it.
No. No, I didn't watch any of that myself either.
Oi.
Hey up.
Model Affliction one day.
Yeah. We had a good bit earlier.
Oh yeah.
Effie, I'm still looking to hopefully have a chat with Effie Dogma about his double tangent. I can't get over how there's so many things that we've been dealing with. I mean, that was 11 months old and nobody's pulled him up on that. Somebody said something about him using the greater than rather than the less than sign, but nobody bothered pulling him up on the fact that he's got two tangents on one on each end of one arm. It's impossible, right?
That's like crazy stuff. Like,
how many people do you think will say anything to him about it?
None.
You reckon he'll even take the video down? I reckon he won't. I reckon they're that brazen to leave that up so anybody can have a look at it. He's got two
He'll probably
tangent
make
points.
a video saying how crazy you were even questioning him.
Oh, I hope so. He might not have made a video for a while. I did notice that he's got a fair few videos with my name on it. So it might be worth going over there and seeing what his deluded mind state is, because he's already put the water level dropping away from horizontal. He's already got a horizontal line staying horizontal with zero slope, yet an increasing elevation.
Yeah, the horizontal going straight and the level dropping.
Yeah.
Crazy. It's come to a point where it's not even fun anymore. It's not even challenging anymore. It's like, come on, guys, pick up your game, man.
They can't pick up their game. Their game's been picked up to the point where they're saying stupid shit. Like, where else is there for them to go? So there is tomorrow we've got Logic Night. Now I think we're going to be going over the globe surveyors. It's not finished. Last week we had a break with the geometry and the Bridge of Asses. The Bridge of Asses has to be fully explained yet within geometry. I think we already did it, but we need to have a few chat with people exactly how the Bridge of Asses works. But the geometric proof of the straight line is where they have the problem. And I think we'll have a go tomorrow. I've got a video. I know he's he's not around and he might have dementia or whatever. I don't. But we've got a recording of George.
The Bridge of Asses, would you say it's similar to the Cog-Dis event horizon?
The Bridge of Asses is a problem that's difficult to handle, whereas the Cog-Dis event horizon would be that point that you get to that's it's beyond the Bridge of Asses, right? It's
It's the point where you make your choice. Do I cross or don't I? Because once you go past the event horizon, there ain't no coming back.
Yeah, you've become the troll
Yeah.
at the event horizon. Yeah, I suppose. Same thing, yeah, similar. Yeah, the globe's gone. It's yeah, asking. But I mean, it goes back to the the stuff that they've said and had to say, similar to what we've gone over tonight. You point out that he's got two tangents, one at each end of a straight line. They'll have to justify it. Some of the stuff that George said, you thought it was silly, stupid, but they're going to have to say it because the globe model states that they have to. It dictates to them.
Yeah, two tangents. Wow, that was something.
Yeah, two tangent points. And like I say, I know it's only FE Dogma. He's not as if, like he's the top go-to globe earther. I mean, who is that guy? Who's the top one now?
The top glober now?
Yeah.
Good question.
Yeah. I don't know. There's definitely no one to do geometry. And I'm pretty sure that geos, they don't have the best globe geometer there, right? It's the same as Gem Pandas. If you're at the top of your game,
is this still live?
They're not the people that you deal with. Where are the top globe geometers turn up?
I'm gonna have to get back to you on that one.
Okay. You've not found their lair yet on Discord.
To be quite honest with you, I didn't even know they existed until a second ago when you said the fucking name. Just saying.
The League of Globe Geometers.
Globe geometry. Globe geometry. Globe.
Yeah. Rumpus just made it up a little bit earlier.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say it because it's not fucking ringing any bells in my head.
Yeah, it's not a real geometry.
Oh, so it's a mag geometry.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, we don't deal with that kind of stuff. We only deal with the real stuff. Like, what's that other one that we always deal with? Oh fuck! I almost always forget the name. Geometry.
Yeah, the real
one. No, you got it wrong. This is a new one. Turnip. It's called globometry.
Oh, fuck off.
Why is that?
No. doesn't.
Imaginometry is the good one.
Yeah, imaginometry is good. Globonometry is, well, no, because like you're first and foremost, you're starting off with a terrible word. Terrible word. You gotta pick it. And don't use hump because I don't like that word either. And yeah, you're starting off with a terrible word, and then matching it with something that, I mean, it's a contradiction in itself. No, you can't do it because there is no geometry for a globe. That's ridiculous.
You're so yesterday, man. This is globometry 2.0, man.
What
This
the
is
fuck? You just said globonometry, and now there's a 2.0? Holy shit, we gotta stop this shit now. Don't tell me there's a fucking 0.3. That's only been 3 seconds.
globonometry. Global.
We get the laugh, man. We get the laugh. At least that.
Yeah, we do. Fuck. Are you kidding me? I especially of all people too, right? I mean, I've had my fair share of rumpus talk, and I've had my fair share of listening to rumpus talk. And I mean, I won't say that he's stupid. All right, but I will say that his approach is fucking piss poor. You need to change that shit up, man. If you're gonna get to the bottom of whatever the fuck it is that you're trying to get to the bottom of, you gotta change your approach, man. You gotta be a little bit nicer, be a little more lenient, take criticism, progress. It's called being a human. You should try it.
That's just his YouTube and Discord character.
I'm just saying, Rumpus.
He's not
I'm not
like
trying to be
that
mean.
in reality.
I'm really not. And you can ask anybody in here right now. I'm being nice.
It's just a character. Rumpus isn't like that, right? Nobody could be like that in reality, right? He's just role playing. Just us, yeah.
Yeah. Like,
he's a respectable guy. He's gonna be he's gonna be famous.
It's because of the position he's in. Right? It's because we're behind these phones. Right? I mean, I can't say it for myself, okay? Because you guys know what I'm like, right?
He can't be like that in real life. He's right. Bev is right, because if he was like that in real life,
yeah, I would.
Well, he'd be full of bruises, no? Think
What's
about
that?
it. In the pub, calling people this and that and the other thing in an English pub, I don't think that would go over very well.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying, right? And you don't want that kind of stuff. You don't want. We're trying to get rid of conflict. Like, come on. Like, I thought this conflict stuff would have been fucking dealt with like a long time ago. I thought we would have been like coming together as a team because, hey, we got fucked over. Like, and not just a little bit. We got hard in the ass. Like, why are we still? We're still fighting each other? It's been 5 fucking years. Can we move the fuck on and just be a team, please? Holy shit. We're never gonna figure this shit out.
That is the whole idea.
Well, I mean, if that's the basis of what we're trying to fucking do is teach, just simply teach. We're not even forcing anybody to fucking come in here. We're not forcing anybody to listen. We're not forcing anybody to look at any of the memes or any of the documents that we post. That's all on will. I mean, don't get me wrong. Everybody in here would gladly have you guys come in and chat. But no one's fucking forcing. We're literally off by ourselves in a little corner. We tried to get away, and you motherfuckers followed us. So, like, if we're gonna be here, we need to be someplace. Okay, we can't just float. we need to be someplace, and we're not hurting anybody. We're not doing anything. We're just trying to learn stuff and laugh while we're doing it, at least. I don't see what the big deal is. Fuck. People don't like it. They can, and I'm sorry I gotta say it, but you can fuck right off.
That's it. Keep it light.
Globe geometers. It's a fucking stupid man. I can't believe he even just said it.
They don't understand what geometry is. You have to give them their, you know, like once you understand, like I know he says that we don't understand, but I do. I understand.
Wouldn't you?
You don't understand.
Oh, I totally just thought that was fucking hilarious.
Dude, is that Rumpus again?
Rumpus
So a
is gone.
surveyor,
He was round earlier.
a real surveyor has a reading
the
pole, right?
You
And that
don't
reading
understand.
pole is a stick, right?
What's spherical geometry?
Wouldn't a now I can't believe I gotta say this fucking word again. Wouldn't a globe geometer have like a hula hoop or something?
Later, God.
The Rumpus said.
I told you it's catchy. Globometry. It's a catchy word.
Oh yeah.
Fucking retarded. They're just walking around with a hoop. What are you gonna do with that? Measure shit.
Measure round stuff.
Only stuff that can fit inside the hula hoop.
I like spheres.
Oh, that's fucking awesome.
Well, I think as it's Model Affliction Monday, I think the idea is that you have to expose the fact that the globe model dictates globers to say certain things. Now, they have to say those certain things. If they don't, then they're deemed not globers. So the model affliction is that you have to say these stupid things. But then you also have to say that they're not stupid.
And what's even worse, we can make them say crazy things on demand sometimes.
We have made them say that their own shit is stupid.
No, because they have to defend their model, right? They have to defend their model. So, I mean, it's not really hard for us to make them say crazy stuff, let's be honest.
Okay, I'm not defending them in any way, but I also think a big part of that is got to do with that fucking replacement problem. And I don't get it. I myself don't have that problem, so I don't get it as a problem. But for them, they won't let it go unless you replace it with something that's, I mean, technically you could say that we've given them something, but I mean, in their wording, they're like, nah, it's not really meeting our standards, kind of. And it's like, motherfucker, there's literally no other option other than what you got and this, and you're being picky. We've already proved that what you already got isn't fucking fact. So can you just at least, like, I don't know, look at this? Just look at it. They won't even look at it. It's that replacement problem. You got to replace it with something. Why can't you just not know?
Well, because
What's wrong with not knowing?
you've already built your model. The whole
Yeah.
point of what we've been going over here is these paralogisms. Like, once you've got something there built up as a paralogism, you can't get rid of it. Well, you can get rid of it, but it requires certain other things for you to give up, right? You have to give up a bit of pride. You have to give up a bit of your ego.
So being sensible.
Yeah.
Or being logistical. It's not hard to see why they act the way that they do. I mean, I wouldn't want my fucking intelligence being insulted. Oh wait, I already had my intelligence insulted. Never mind, I'm good.
You have intelligence? Keep it.
I didn't know that.
Keep it in your box somewhere.
I do. I didn't know that.
Bring it in with you next time. We'll have a meet.
Fucking bonus. Hey, did you hear that, kid? You just said I have fucking intelligence.
Why is intelligent?
Well, that's actually a really good topic. What's remember that conversation we had that day about IQ? I was like, my IQ is probably like fucking really low. You're all like, that shit don't mean shit. It's like, why do we even have that shit? What an IQ that does it really? What is a Glober's IQ? Huh? That's a good question. What's a Glober? That'd be a good challenge.
If you regurgitate the globe's argument, therefore you're intelligent. If not, then you're stupid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you go with the consensus, then you would be, average, at least. Of average intelligence, yeah. How much modern science you believe seems to be a good tell of your intelligence at the minute as well.
And science is just about consensus, so...
Yeah.
Well, I would also say there's a little bit of an experience in there too, right? In intelligence, I mean, you can't really be, intelligent on something unless you've at least done it, right?
I mean, everyone is intelligent. It's just there are various types of intelligences, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Uh-huh. Can I end this now because I'm getting tired? And yeah.
Shit.
So logic night tomorrow, but I don't know what I'm doing just yet. We will try and do something in the theme of the globe surveyors, but I don't know how I can tie it to logic just yet. That'll come to me tomorrow. I'm gonna leave you with Buster again. Model Affliction Blues. Yeah, this is cool. This is going to be the Monday night song. Model Affliction Mondays. Thanks for joining us. Come back tomorrow. Logic night.
Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You've got to twist your words in every which way, because the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line, or does it curve? Some people don't clamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model dictates what you do. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change. Just got your local distance just out of range. That oblique is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain, and it's your ball and chain. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball will always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction, it's your addiction. That old model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues.
Works really good with this guitar.
Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way. We all know that the model dictates what you do. Well, we know you got it, the model affliction blues. affliction. Model affliction. Model affliction. Well, we know you got it. The model affliction blue.